Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be sent out to those who have not received it before. So thank you in helping to share the live to a larger audience. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today. Before we get started, we are going to be doing a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we get started, most important question: how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. So let's talk a little bit about the energy that we've been experiencing. So we are moving out of Cancer season. And the thing that we need to talk about right now is the fact that I mentioned this yesterday. I'm going to mention it today. I don't feel like we're talking about it enough. There's a lot of planets. They're all going into retrograde pretty much around the same time. And they're all, and if of all the places that the planets are going retrograde, they're going retrograde in a majority of them are going retrograde in Aries. Tomorrow, Mercury is going retrograde in Leo. It's going to be fine. But I want to tell you the thing that we want to be conscientious about when we're going through the retrogrades that we're experiencing right now is it's going to affect the feelings. Okay? And it's going to potentially create a little bit of that feeling of volatility. All right? Why are we seeing this right now? Okay, so let me walk you through it. Okay, we've got Neptune and Saturn that are both in retrograde in very close proximity to each other. Now, Neptune is working in the context of the memory bank. Okay, it's the thoughts, it's the memories, it's a lot of the dwelling, it's a lot of the space where we keep the sentimentality of the past. Saturn is around time. So when we've got when one of those is in its retrograde, it's fine. But when they're both in retrograde together in such proximity, it can often create that feeling of energetic frustration as it relates to the preciousness of time, and also in the feeling that there isn't enough of it. So I want you to be conscientious of that, because again, the other thing that we're seeing is with Mercury going retrograde into Leo, it can create a lot of that feeling of energetic volatility, specifically and particularly in the space of honor, or in the space of how we effectively allow the understanding of the self in relationality to how we experience others. I am bringing this up because I feel like it's important to recognize that as you're going through experiences right now. Like you're potentially going to feel much more deeper in your feelings. It's going to potentially create those spaces where like small things like really, really potentially get under the skin. So I want you to understand and recognize that sensitivity because, and especially, and I was talking about this yesterday, um, that feeling of like being frustrated and just like articulating something in a moment, this is often how we sometimes end up standing in our own way. Right. So that ability of doing something, and I keep on getting the same kind of message, which is the aspect or the understanding that when we take frustration and we're able to be patient with it, right? When we're able to move our frustration into spaces that feel like they are fortifying, this can actually be a very, very powerful time because it allows the expansion of the self working towards, right? Like working towards bigger, like broader outcomes, as it were. And so I want you to think about that a lot right now. I want you to think about kind of the amplification of the self in recognition to being able to take anything about the past, right? Because we were talking a lot about this, particularly in relationality to working through cancer season, right? What does cancer season often try to bring to the focus, right? It's working through the vulnerability. Sometimes it can create a lot of feelings of hardness. Sometimes it can create a lot of feelings of hardness to ourselves, right? I'm going to say this right now. I don't want you to be in a modality right now where you're being really hard on the self. When we're hard on the self, we can be fortified by the self because it's the ability to recognize and identify what one is trying to do better that allows one to be able to put that power of intention towards something that you energetically care about. And we see this happening right now in a big way, particularly in the space of relationships. You will recall that I mentioned that for a lot of these new relationships that are coming together right now, these are temperance partnerships, right? And the thing about temperance, like what do we see with temperance? Temperance is the card of patience, okay? Temperance is the card of perseverance, right? And often we understand that the force of love is one that is often like that's why we talk about the fact that love is patient because it's the ability to understand that progress, like incremental progress, is something that is worth taking the time towards. So we see even now that for a lot of those relationships that are coming together during this time, I see there's like a massive amount of fragility there. There's working through experiences or circumstances where there's the observation of the wounds that are being carried, but also the ability to find the energetic fortitude in order to be consistent through it, right? This is why I keep on hearing, this is why these relationships that are coming together during this time are going to be so solid and so stable because it's not the observation of coming towards one another from a place of perfection, but the recognition of what one is working to do better and how one is being very consistent in that energetic endeavor. So this is either the two different modalities that I'm seeing right now for energy and separation, recognizing that Venus is in Gemini, which is probably why we're seeing two different modalities right now for the energy and separation. These are either individuals or that are working on the self, understanding that there's no greater gift that we bring to partnership than the ability to work on ourselves because it's the space by which we don't look or arrive to relationship feeling lost. It's the feeling of being found within the self, the security and stability that we find as we do that work. So again, what are we seeing? There's a lot of that energy that is building into the space of their authenticity, but also working towards understanding what they can do better, right? Because it's one thing to just be energetically authentic, but it's the authenticity that is refined. It's the working towards the perfective self, which is always in that space or that articulation of trying to just define or decide what one can be doing in a different way. Or we're seeing that there are energies right now that are coming together in partnership. And a lot of that is I feel like a lot of it is it's I want to express this. Like there's potentially a lot of pain that is being released in some of these relationships that are coming together right now. But the pain that's being released is the articulation of hardship that they have potentially experienced in past experiences, right? It is the affirmation of being able to be held in that space, right? And the understanding of being able to work through something, either something that one puts a lot of intention on the self to correct, or something that one experienced that is creating and building a lot of that sense of like, I keep on hearing like the relationship that restores, because it's a relationship that allows you to come into it in the process of healing. Now, for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, one of the things that we're recognizing and identifying is, you'll recall that these were those magician partnerships that were coming together from about the time of the solstice up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. Now, for a lot of the energy that we're seeing that is working through this, that same experience, right? We talked about this, letting go of frustration, feeling a lot of that force of frustration. We see that for a lot of that energy, the clarifying partnership, the prioritization point of authenticity that paves the way into healthy relationship. This is a lot of that energy that is feeling held in that embrace. And again, it's not the space of the counterparts that see each other perfectly, but it's the observation of the mutual work that they're putting to fix upon something. I keep on seeing that for a lot of that path work, that feeling of restoration also brings with it a vibration of frustration. Being able to look at the past in a different way almost like creates a new space of having to heal something. But this is the energy that feels that and immediately releases it, because it's being strongly anchored in the energetic relationship of the present that's allowing them to heal the wounds in the past in different ways. But it doesn't make it easy. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union. And you'll recall that for a lot of that energy that's deep within divine union right now, we are seeing that these are a lot of those relationships that were built upon chariot partnerships. Again, those are a lot of the relationships that were coming together from about the time that Mars stationed direct up until the time that Mercury and Venus woke up behind Neptune. For a lot of the energy in that space, the reliability, the determination of being able to do something in a consistent fashion is allowing the context of finding energetic breakthroughs, right? It's the identification point of how we are able to change ourselves via the work that we energetically commit ourselves to. But what's interesting about a lot of those relationships is the reliability of the healthy partnership that frames the context of being able to go deeper within the self. For a lot of those relationships right now, that modality of expansion is occurring. We saw that for a lot of those relationships, moving from Wheel of Fortune into the Fool card, right? The understanding and recognition of what you are trying to do in a bigger way that moves you almost into the space of being a perpetual student. There's a little bit of that energy that's working through something right now, doing something in a different way, communicating in a different way, trying something out, right? But that ability of understanding that the healthy manifestation is often the space by which we identify something that we need to learn more, somewhere that we need to grow deeper into. There's a lot of that energy that's working towards the harmony of the self by allowing oneself to come into the space of being patient with the self as one is learning to do something in a way that one has not done it before. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective. But let me know in the comments how you feel in this particular energy. If you would like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. I believe you'll be the second person read for today. I need to confirm the list right now. I think I saw some individuals getting on the list while I was going through the comments. Welcome to everybody that's joining us today. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Leanne, thank you for joining us today. Welcome. How are you doing, Haley? Hope you're doing well. Dragon, so good to see you, dear. Grand Rising K, guys, please welcome Armad K. Megan in for today. I'm going to pin them here. Make sure that you give them a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the platforms. Ella, I know, all so rude. Those retrogrades all at once. It is. It's very rude. It's very rude. It's very rude. I like that. And thank you, Haley, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Kay, the last 48 hours have been super emotionally intense. I know. And listen, I think I told you guys, like we're kind of like, we're going to be kind of working through this right now. And I feel like a lot of it has to do with the fact that Mercury is about to go retrograde too, right? You have to recall, and again, I know everybody gets focused on like Mercury like retrograding, but we've got Chiron that's stationed in retrograde on the 30th too. So we got it. We're gonna get through it. We just have to it's allowing, but I need to point this out. The ability to feel like to go through the emotions and to allow one to feel fortified by it helps us build into the space of being able to do something with them that feels like it's positive and productive. And thank you so much for the help, Kay. Appreciate it. Oh, what are you apologizing for, Bridget? Are you like apologizing for sharing? I'm never gonna, I'm never, you don't have to apologize for sharing. Hi, dragons. Good to see you. Yes, absolutely. That's what I was checking right now. Okay, perfect. So, dragons, I've got you first on the list for today. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. How are you doing today, Unique? Good to see you. And Diane, thank you for the follow. Hi, Beck, Miss Bex. How are you doing today? And thank you as well, Unique, for those gifts. How am I doing? I'm doing wonderful. I'm here with you guys. How are you doing, dear? Happy hump day. And happy Wednesday, little vamp. Good to see you. I know, tarot class. I'm excited too. And little vamp, thank you for those gifts. Grand Rising, Queen of Swords. Good to see you today. Mandy, thank you so much for the follow. Oracle Erica, thank you for recharging your heart me's. Guys, remember, if you'd like an animal spirit guide card with your one card, make sure that you're recharging your heart me's today. Grand Rising, Minnie. I hope you're having a beautiful morning as well. And good to see you, Oracle Erica. And thank you so much for those gifts, dragons. Oh, I'm glad to hear that you're having a beautiful morning. Started a bit slow. 6:10 is not bad, though. Hi there, dear. Oh, thank you, Erin. I'd say it's more gray. Grand Rising, Unique. Emotion. I know emotions are. I told you. I'm trying to tell you guys right now. And I gotta tell you, the moon is in Aries right now. So I want you to listen. I'm gonna say the same things that I've been saying over the last few days. Remember, communication is not just talking about how we feel, it's being able to understand and recognize why we feel the way we do. So I just want to kind of like make sure that we're working through that right now. Because I told you it's all of the planets being in retrograde at once that can create a lot of that feeling of frustration or stuckness, right? Like you may be feeling a little bit like that. It's giving it's like I gotta tell you, like the thing about it with like so many planets retrograding in Aries, it can make one feel like one is in a rut. You know what I mean? Which is just like being frustrated, right? But that's why I keep on hearing, like, let that frustration fortify you in terms of what it is you're trying to do in a different way. And thank you, Synaptic, for the follow. Oh, that's really kind of you guys, Haley. Yeah, it's funny for me. It's just pure laziness. I can't. I just let it grow the way it is. It's like this is all just me not being able to be bothered with things. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Oh, that's really kind, Megan. I appreciate you. I think it's more, yeah, exactly. It is. It's the filter makes it look a little bit more purpley. I know if you're feeling super stuck right now, that's what you can listen. That's what you can expect with a bunch of planets going retrograde in Aries. Things not moving fast enough, being really frustrated, being frustrated with yourself, being frustrated with other people. Breathe through it. Okay. Breathe, take a breath, remember to breathe, okay? Remember to be kind to yourself right now, okay? Be patient with yourself. Yep, thank you. Phoenix, guides warned me to get a cord cut last night. Dreamt of, and at a guide was, here's the thing about it, Phoenix, and we got to talk about a lot about this right now. Especially we also are forgetting the fact that Pluto is still in retrograde. It's working through, and I keep on hearing and I like to point this out, we still, Mercury in Leo is still the space by which we articulate and we talk about the force of love. I know it sounds really cliche. I know it sounds really, as like, you see this? You see, you see? Bless situations. Okay, like bless situations. Allow for that space by which you try to do the best that you can, right? Allowing the context by which you're working on something and just doing it in a way that you're trying to facilitate that space of healing. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not the fact that things aren't going to get on your nerves. We got we got a bunch of planets retrograding in Aries. Everybody's feeling it, but like when we're able to be energetically patient with ourselves as we're going through something like that, or as we're working through that feeling of like stuckness or rutness, we're able to find like the energetic space or the power to persevere, right? So just I keep on hearing, be energetically like state like consistent in relationality to one's own choices, right? Continue to put that force of effort towards things but I keep on hearing like consistency is key right now. And the only thing, like the thing we got to be conscientious about, with all these planets in Aries, it feels real good to snap, doesn't it? It feels real good to snap. It's snappy energy. It's snappy energy, It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that. It feels like a relief and a release in a moment. But that's why I see like be patient with yourself as you're feeling that, and make sure that it feels like something that you're doing in an intentional way, right? So I keep on hearing let the snappiness fortify you, not just make you kind of like, I keep on hearing dig your get even more frustrated, right? So just be intentional. Be intentional. Where are we here? Just reading over the comments. And yes, feelings, yep, the feeling of super stuckness. That makes me feel better. Yep. And thank you, Phoenix. That's an intense dream. Were you having like a dream, like you had dreamt? Yeah. I get it, but like again, and I will point out, if you ever want to have a dream interpreted, I do dream interpretations here. If you guys have dreams that you want interpreted, you can post them in the notes when you send the donation, or you can put them in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Wow, really? That's an intense dream, Phoenix. But like I like to point out, it's like, and I think you're seeing that it's like it's working through the presence of like the tangibility space in the dream space of being able to like articulate upon one's own fears, right? That makes sense. Thank you, little vamp. I went up to my room for a towel and blanket. Wow. That's why. Wait, I can't even tell if you're saying if this happened in the dream space or in the like once you woke up. And Ollie, thank you or yeah, Oily, thank you for the follow. The affirmation you posted today was absolutely beautiful and fitting. Small steps in big directions. I'm so glad you like that, Minnie. I feel like that's what we have to that's what we have to focus on right now. And I keep on seeing like, don't get frustrated. Like, pay attention to progress. Don't get frustrated about whether like the speed by which progress is occurring. Be intentional with that progress right now. um, yeah, one of the threads. Wow, that's a wild dream, Phoenix. Again, if you want to get a reading on it, just feel free to get on the list. I'm happy to dig deeper into it. It feels, I know, I'm telling you right now, Annie, that's the thing about it. With all these planets stationed in retrograde, it's a lot of that. Feel real good to snap right now, wouldn't it? A little snap is a treat. Like, that is the energy of the retrograde right now. Don't you want to have a little snap as a treat? Wouldn't it feel good to have a little snap right now? But here's the thing, you can observe it, you can recognize it, and you can allow oneself to kind of move through it, right? And and I keep on saying, it's about remembering that honoring the feelings isn't just articulating upon the way we feel. It's being able to talk about the force and tension of why we feel the way we do, right? The power or clarity to be able to articulate and to speak towards something in a way that it allows that force of perseverance. My fiance said, oh my goodness, Oh, Oily, I'm sending you so much support, dear. Sending you so much support. Make sure that you're being patient with yourself right now. Oh, everybody's got these dreams today. I know. I listen. It's gonna be, I feel like again, you got to. Oh yeah, because channeling, we're doing it. You're on the list today too, dear, aren't you? Actually, so dragons is second. Channeling, you got it. You said did you send a donation? Did you get on the list already? Just let me know. Oh, thank you, Erin. That's really kind of you to say. Oily, to get on the list, all you do is send the donation. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. A big snap would be awesome. Little Vamp, a big snap would be awesome. Let it motivate you into moving it into spaces that you care about. All right. Yes. Reading up and finding the blanket was awake after the dream. That's wild, Phoenix. Absolutely wild. All right. Oh, thank you, dear. No one wants me to snap. Oop, nobody wants me to snap. Hi there, dragons. Good to see you today. A little snap is a treat. Yes. And thank you for the follow. Who just hold on a moment. I lost my spot. Excellent. Yes. Thank you, Kale, for the follow. Yes. It looks like a sweet treat and smells like a sweet treat. Nice. Let me know if you and thank you again for Kay for the help. Num num num. To send donations, Oily, all you do is you'll find in my tree there's links in it in my bio. Um, oh, oh geez, Phoenix, sending you support on that. Oh, it sounds, yeah. Oh, sending you support, dear. I helped myself to a snap. I helped myself to a snap about a month ago. All right, I've got you on the list for a dream interpretation channeling. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. I got you, dear. Good to see you guys. Make sure you give channeling a follow. Great reader. You can absolutely get on the list for yesterday's 100K, Bridget. I've got you on the list as well. All right. So we are going to get started on today's reads in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we do. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Temperance card. Tarot class is tonight. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. We're going to be studying the history of that card, the symbology of the card. I'm going to be working you guys through spread applications, how you can read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be showing you a unique spread that you can take with you to help work through the lessons of that card in your own readings. And you can find, and if you want to become part of tonight's class, you still have time to, if you're just joining us for the first time. You just need to head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'm going to be doing my best to give you an update tonight on everything that we've studied prior to having the next class. The material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a founding member to my Substack or a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified. You'll also have updates on my mystic meditation articles. I post them about bi-monthly. I just released one recently on how to navigate this recent Capricorn full moon that we just experienced. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Now, if you'd like to, I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the dream interpretation reading series package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do life path readings here, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings. We also do mediumship, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. You can find the full list of things that we read for over on the place on the tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. I'm going to take a few moments to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those updates. Welcome to everybody joining us. Also, it's a great time to get on the list right now. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the 4th person read for. Susan, thank you for the follow, dear. And just bear with me a moment. You're welcome, Bridget. Good to see you. Yep, I got you on the list. Absolutely. All right. And thank you for those gifts as well, Phoenix. I know, I'm looking forward to the class tonight too. Crystal Hetty, your subscription. And listen, if you have any questions in relationality to that card, go ahead and put them in the Discord or let me know about them here. I'll be sure to try to address them when we get to the question and answer section of that class. Opulent, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live, and thank you for the follow. Susan, thank you for the follow as well. Crystal Hetty, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Hina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew as well. Oily, one last question. I feel old now. Hold on a minute. 1 second, dear. I just lost yours. I lost the spot. I'm just trying to find it again. Yes. Okay. So if you get off, dear, you get added to the hold list. So if you go away, you'll never miss your reading here. Always make sure that you're here. If you leave and come back, just find me on another day and say that, just remind me that you've been on the hold list. Give me the date that you got on the list, and you will be added back to the the list. I hope that helps, dear. Thank you for the help on that as well, Kay. You're welcome. Excellent. Wonderful. That's fair. Understood. Channeling. I've got you second, dear. Me? Lost? Hi there, Grace. How are you doing? List. Oh, are you trying to get on the list, Grace? Just let me know. Good to see you. I know I'm biased, but you're in the right place. Oh, thank you, Kay. That's really kind of you. I do my best. Tarot class tonight is 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. All right. And I'll be sending out the invite for that class about a half an hour before the class begins. Okay. Oh, you did. Grace, I got you, dear. Could you just give me the initial where you sent it? All right. Oops. Yeah, it is. You saw that. little, his little candle mishap. How are you doing, Em? It is very important. You have to make sure you have something under candles when you put them on tables. Let this be your reminder, okay? Hi there, channeling. Yes, I'm second, and the High Priestess is the second card in the Major Arcana. I love it, channeling. Em, thank you for the follow. Good to see you. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for those hearts, dear. Oh, hi there, dear. I made that mistake too. It happens to the best of us. Make sure you always put something under your candles, okay? Oh, thank you, Em. Welcome. All right, as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on readings today. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fifth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first giveaway will be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. The other giveaway, we will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 12.9K. So thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it helps to push this live out to those who haven't received it before. So thank you for also doing your part in helping to share these messages. We are going to get started in just a few minutes if you'd like to get on the list. Lori, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the 5th person read for today. And before we get started, we are going to be doing an intuition check. So why don't we get started on that as well? All right, I've got our animal spirit guide cards here. I am going to draw an animal spirit guide card. We're going to count back from 10. Let me know your impressions in the comments. We'll see who gets closest to the actual card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bridget! It was the dragon. Well done. I think it's, here's the thing, Bridget. Here's the thing. You did 2 animals, which I'm typically not I'm not a fan of like the extra animals, but you put cow and dragon together, which is kind of like an earth dragon. So I'll take it. I'll take it for the purposes of this particular guess. Okay. Right? It's gold. The cow dragon is kind of like the earth dragon. All right, we'll let it slide. A win is a win. A win is a win. All right, friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list today, the list is now open. You will be the 5th person read for. Please remember, we're doing 2 different giveaways right now between now and the conclusion of the daily collective. Whoever gives the highest gift will also be added to the list. And we're also doing a giveaway between now and the conclusion. We're also doing a 50K giveaway where I will be gifting a reading back to the collective when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We'll be able to do that giveaway. The first time I've ever gotten it right. You got the intuition check yesterday when you were half asleep. You see that? That's interesting. Oh, thank you so much for letting me know, Grace. I got you. A win is a win. Oh, Jinx, yeah, you said the same thing. Same idea, cow dragon. Thank you, Haley. I try. Thank you for the heart me's, Kelly. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Guys, remember to recharge your heart me's. If you would like to have that animal spirit guide card and you're a subscriber and would like your one card. I was listening to the live trying to sleep and couldn't believe I got it. You see that? It's when you're just like, when you're just in the flow state. All right, friends, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, July 16th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread for today? First two cards we are starting our day off with today are our 5 of Cups in its upright, in combination with our 6 of Wands in its upright. There's a lot I want to like, we're going to talk about this right now, because one of the things that we have to be very mindful about right now is, I know that we've got a Mercury retrograde that's starting tomorrow, but the thing about it, it's not just the Mercury retrograde that we have to worry about right now. The thing we have to be very conscientious about is the fact that there's a bunch of planets that have gone retrograde in Aries. Okay, we had all throughout the span of this month. We had Saturn that went retrograde. Okay, we had Neptune that's gone retrograde. And now we've got Chiron that's going retrograde on the 30th. Okay, and they're all going retrograde in Aries, which is working through the context of hard feelings. It's working through, it's like, it's a lot of that. That really bothered me. It's like, that really bothered me kind of energy. Okay. And the fact that we're doing that during Cancer season, and it's just the fact that Cancer season can sometimes bring about a lot of heightened sensitivity about things. Okay. Like Cancer season is all about working through vulnerability. Things that would typically not feel like a big deal, like they can start to wear on us a bit more during Cancer season. And it's not to say, right? It's not to say that the things that bother us are positive or negative, so long as we're doing the work to understand the direction that the work needs to move towards, right? What do we talk about here, right? When things are bothering us, the articulation point and being able to define what bothers us, right? The ability to be able to find meaning behind it. That is how we're able to find the self. So that work, right? Like that investigation of the self. This is like, and I will say, it's not the fact that there isn't positive work that can happen in energy like this, but you have to be very intentional as it relates to being able to communicate upon points of frustration, right? Not allowing, right? Not, and I keep on seeing, I was talking about this before the podcast started. It feels really good to snap, right? It feels really, and I'm going to like, that's what we have to be paired. That's what we have to be conscientious about during all of this energy being in retrograde during Aries season, right? It's like a lot of that, like, it would feel really good right now if you snapped, like, feel really good right now. It would feel like it would just kind of release the energetic pressure, a little snap as a treat. But like, that's why we recognize and identify. And I keep on hearing like the snaps that feel nourishing are the energetic breakthrough points in being able to do something that feels like it helps to move us in the direction that feels like it fortifies. But what we have to be conscientious about right now is those moments, right? A lot of those spaces where we feel really like we feel very energetically triggered, but it doesn't create the space of something that feels like it's sustainable for us. It feels more like working through the egoic wound or working through something that we are internally working through. Now, this is having a really big impact right now for a lot of the energy coming into partnership at this time. You'll recall I said that these are temperance relationships. This is what I keep on hearing. Like these relationships right now, they're so beautiful, specifically and particularly because it's the energy that is like, I keep on seeing it's trying to take a point of frustration and move it into something that feels like it's energetically fortifying. You'll recall that we talked about the fact that there are these two different modalities I'm seeing right now for energy and separation. What are the two modalities that we're seeing right now? We're either seeing situations or circumstances wherein energy is in separation, working on the self. And they're not just doing it for themselves, but they're doing it because they understand that there's no greater gift in partnership that we bring than the gift of working on the self, because it's the space by which we arrive to a partnership and we don't feel like we're energetically searching for something. We're not like coming into a relationship feeling like there's some kind of need that needs to be filled, right? It's the space of finding one's own sense of fulfillment that becomes the arrival point into healthy partnership, because it's the energy that says, I come to you to expand upon the energetic feeling of fulfillment that I found within the self, right? It's the amplification of joy. And that work, I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy doing that, it feels restorative, but it also is identifying what one is working on, right? And I got to tell you, like, there's something about all of these planets going into retrograde that can feel kind of lonesome. We got to talk, we got to be patient about it. Here's the thing about it. And it has to do with Aries, okay? Because Aries, I try to talk about this, okay? Aries is the sign word that frequently arrives feeling like the rebel without a cause, right? But that's the conscientious point, that why we see that Aries, like when you look at the position by feeling like everything is against you, it's the space by which you're operating into a point that you don't see the fact that it's like the work that one has to do on the self. So that's why, and again, like for those who are like work deeper in Aries cycles, it's the understanding of the power of intention that we bring forth within ourselves, like rising to the energetic challenge of the self, that helps us kind of encounter or face our own feeling of loneliness. And this is why you see those with like Aries placements, like this is what we talk about with warrior energy. It's the expansion point and being able to do something in a better way that almost feels like the space of like the loneliness that then unifies, right? The observation that we all feel that way. But that's the thing I want you to be conscientious about as we're navigating so many of these planets in Aries, is it can feel somewhat isolating, right? It can get a little bit like working through that space of quietude. But that's why I keep on hearing, like, let that be something that fortifies, let that be something that amplifies one's own energetic intention. Because for a lot of these, like I keep on seeing, for a lot of these energies right now in separation, that observation of like working through the space of building into the intent in relationality to what is going well and amplifying upon what one is trying to do in a better way, that is helping to heal something from the past, particularly and especially as it relates to, I keep on seeing like the wounds that we carry, or the things that have energetically hurt us in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Like there's a lot of that, like, and I feel like that's what's beautiful about some of these relationships that I'm seeing that are coming together during this season. I keep on hearing their foundations, like their foundations are so strong because they're starting the conversation, identifying what they're working on. Center card for today's spread. We've got here our Queen of Cups. Now, one of the things we have to be conscientious about right now is working through the space of our emotions, right? We like, there's a lot of this work that we're seeing, and it's having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy right now. How do I describe this best? The emotionality that fortifies us is one that we are able to amplify the reason upon it, right? It's the ability to express something in a way that allows us to be able to find something that is able to articulate what it is, like why something means what it means to us. And what's beautiful for a lot of, remember when I said for a lot of that energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, you'll recall that we were talking about those magician partnerships. And the reason that we were identifying them as magician partnerships is because they were prioritizing the authenticity of self, the ability to feel that one is held in the embrace of a partner that isn't built. And I like this about those magician partnerships. There's no potentiality here. That's what's so beautiful about it. Like, these are relationships that the healing is occurring because these are the relationships that they're being held, not in the space of what another hopes that they will become, but in the power of the present self. But this is why I see that there may be a moment right now that it feels like there's a lot of that energetic, like, volatility that rises up, because that energy that says, I like you just the way you are, right? The experience by which you identify that there's something that you're working on, but the work that you're doing feels like it's energetically mutual. It can create a lot of that observation of what was wrong in the past. But that is the why we keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, the anchor of the partnership itself is what's helping to facilitate the healing, because these aren't relationships of someone running back to something and being like, you wronged me, or it's the observation of the power of the present, right? It's like the energy is very grounded in the present, but they're being rocked by a lot of that past observation. But I keep on seeing that that is the energy that's just kind of, I keep on hearing, working on not projecting that, right? It's like the work that they're doing in terms of like, of working through that internalization point, because that in a way is like effectively allowing the context by which you're healing. Remember what I kept on saying for a lot of these relationships, someone being like, I see something wrong. It's like, it's not you. It's like, it's not you. It's all, it's like a lot of this, a lot of this. Continuing to get clarification. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread right now. We've got here our 10 of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our Page of Pentacles in its reversal. So what we're effectively seeing that is occurring right now, and I keep on seeing for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, the space by which one is trying to articulate and define how one, like, this is exactly what I meant. Remember when I kept on saying that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, I keep on seeing that they're in Wheel of Fortune moving into Fool. So the observation of going through an energetic breakthrough point that then helps you one recognize and identify what one is learning to do better, or what one is trying to do in a different way. Like, I feel like there's something very studious that is potentially happening right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. But I feel like it's studious in the best way possible, because this is either the energy that's like, I keep on seeing, they're learning from one another, they're understanding, they're energetically adapting, right? And I feel like a lot of that is like, I keep on seeing like the ability to try to do something, like the ability to try to do something in a bigger way often requires us to start to kind of take on the space of learning something energetically new. So that's why I see that for a lot of that energy right now, working through that is not being too hard on the self as one is trying to learn something. Continuing to get clarification between our 5 of Cups in combination with our 6 of Wands in its upright. We have here our 2 of Cups, Pentacles in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing right now with that 2 of Pentacles in its reversal? It's, I keep on saying, it's the identification point of, and this is the thing that I want you to be conscientious about with all of these planets, that are retrograding in Aries. The only planet that's not retrograding right now in Aries is Leo, which is retrograding over but like the thing you have to be conscientious about is, like, I keep on seeing this, like, it's going to be like working through your, like, it's going to be like, it's going to be working through the feelings, but not just the feelings. It's going to start to, it's going to like, it's working through the context of one's own anger. Like, that's the thing with Aries. Like, that's the thing with Aries. It's like, it's like Aries is often the energy that feels like it's provocative, right? Like, it's the kickstart energy. It's a lot of this, it's a lot of that, like, You know what I mean? It's a lot of that like try me kind of energy. But that's why I want you to kind of think about that in the space of understanding and recognizing that, and this is what we mean when we talk about the ability to understand the difference between disassociation and non attachment, right? Because when we feel energetically provoked and we're able to observe that, we're able to, I keep on saying, we're able to move it into a space that feels like it is best for, like it is best for us. And it's like, I keep on seeing like this in itself is the context by which I feel like there's some of these new relationships right now. I gotta tell you, like, oh man, that's what's happening with the energy. The energy in separation right now. Like, I feel like there's a lot of that modality that may be occurring. And you guys know I'm not a big person. Like, I'm not someone who likes to talk a lot about the fact about the past returning back. But like, like with all of these planets in retrograde right now, there could be some situations or circumstances where energies in separation and energies like trying to come back to them in some way, shape, or form to like repeat unhealthy cycles is what I keep on seeing. Right. And that's what I keep on seeing that's difficult or frustrating in some of these in some of this work, because I see even now it's like the like I keep on seeing, and this is what I keep on thinking, this is what I think is so beautiful for some of these like relationships that are forming right now is the energy is not building upon the context of relationship built upon the emotionality that we feel towards one another. It's the identification point of the direction that those feelings go, right? Like the emotionality of something, that the healthy emotional relationships are the large vibration of emotionality that leads towards progress, right? The healthy energetic connections that feel like they energetically nourish us, they move us forward in ways that feel like they amplify us. They build into the pathwork that it feels like it's energetically restoring, versus the observation of seeing something and feeling like something isn't good for the self, right? And this is why we do the work on the self, because it's the observation of what it is that we're trying to do better. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, this is what I meant in terms of those partnerships that are coming together right now, because it's not just the fact that the partnerships are coming together, but they're identifying and they're having conversations on sustainability, right? Sustainability is the energetic relationship that allows the space by which we feel nourished by the partnership. And it can often help us heal from energetic relationships that are volatile, right? Those relationships that there's like a lot of feelings, but it's not the fact that there's a lot of feelings. The feelings go up and down and up and down and up and down, that can almost like, like creates that space that like makes you, like I keep on hearing, like the emotional space by which it's like you can't tell what's going to happen one moment or the next. Now let's get to and this is why and that's why I'm like, I gotta tell you, like that two of pentacles, like that two of pentacles in the reversal is like, like the two of pentacles in the reversal is like, like um continuing to get clarification um, between our six of wands in its upright in combination um, with our queen of cups in its reversal. We are seeing clarification here too. We've got one moment. Yes, we've got our 10. Oof, we've got double tens today. We've got our 10. We've got our 10 of cups in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy that we're effectively seeing right now, like that work or facilitating upon that in this way, and I got to tell you right now, this is what I meant about those magician partnerships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. Remembering that for a lot of the energy right now, the authenticity of the connection that is creating a lot of volatility in the self, right? The observation of feeling the easement point of the healthy stable relationship. But the stability, I keep on hearing the stabilization point for a lot of those relationships that are coming into, like, that are moving deeper into divine union right now, have to do with someone saying things like, I like you just the way you are, right? The observation of not building into a relationship where another person is like, I keep on hearing, like, not trying to like fine tune the counterpart. Like, we don't fine tune our counterparts, right? It's the vibration by which, when we're trying to do something in a different way, we create that space by which we're able to amplify and articulate what we're trying to do better. And I keep on hearing that mutual, like that mutual moment, that identification point of doing something and mutually wanting to do the work together. This is why we see that for a lot of that energy right now, working through hard feelings, working through frustration, has to do with the observation of what was energetically missing in the past, right? The appreciation is creating the space of being able to heal something, but there's also a lot of that volatility that comes up in the same moment. And that's why I keep on seeing, and I think the thing about that I keep on seeing that I think is funny for some of those relationships is like the energy can see the irritation in the counterpart. They can see the fact that there's something that's bothering them, but it's the energy that says, is it me? And the energy's going, no, it's not you. It's not you. It's everything else. It's working through that space of the clarity that is like the constant. I told you, they're working not to project it. They're working not to project it on the energy. They're just working. They're like, I keep on hearing, it's like, it's a lot of that internal processing that they're building upon, continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Cups in its reversal and our 10 of Pentacles in its upright. We've got our 6 of Pentacles in its reversal. And this is what we got to be conscientious about right now, guys. All of these planets in retrograde, snappy, 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 okay? It's a lot of that snappiness. It's a lot of that Aries, and like there's too many planets that are retrograding in Aries right now. Okay? We feel good. Feel good. And that's the thing about it. Like it's like it creates the feeling of an energetic hair trigger, right? Where you're already, and this is what we have to be. It'll be easier when we move into Leo season. Okay? It'll be easier when we move into Leo season. But the thing is, you have to understand that Cancer energy brings a really heightened sensitivity to things. Cancers are all about, like, it's like disturbance in the force, right? It's like every little thing. And then you get a bunch of planets that are retrograde in Aries, which is like the slightest thing that starts to bother you more than it typically would. So I want you to be conscientious of the fact that you're entering situations in that type of vibration, right? Like, just be aware of it. Be present with the self, right? And don't like allow yourself to be intentional, even in relationality to something that you're like, I keep on hearing, even in the space by which you're moving towards, like, articulating how you energetically feel, continuing to get clarification. And that's something I'm getting right now across all of the frequencies, continuing to get clarification right now between our 10 of Pentacles in combination with our Page of Pentacles in its reversal. This is talking towards that energy deep within divine union right now. Can I get one card to clarify? 6, 7, correction. We've got double set. Wow, this spread today. We've got 7. I'll explain in a moment. We've got 7 of Cups in its reversal. And this is like effectively what we're talking about. Like, when we are feeling testy, we get intentional. When we are feeling testy, we get intentional, which is the ability to recognize and observe and identify what it is that we're trying to do in a better way, right? It's working through the frustration of the self to allow something to energetically fortify you. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, that observation and amplification of trying to do something, right? I keep on hearing there's got to be a better way that allows for an energetic breakthrough is what I keep on seeing. And I think that like one of the things that we're identifying here is I keep on seeing like sometimes that moment that we feel like we've energetically had enough, right? If we just push through something for a moment, right, there goes that light bulb. You know what I mean? Like it's that moment that you're like, oh, and then it just pops up, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy deep within divine union that is, I keep on seeing like working through something in that way, like feeling the energetic frustration point, identifying and recognizing like what one is trying to do in a better way that often allows for like the space of being able to articulate and amplify. And I feel like it's interesting too, because like I feel like for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, there's a lot of that new idea energy is what I'm getting, right? Like it's giving me a lot of that space by which the counterparts are potentially bouncing things off of each other. But that's what I keep on seeing. It's like working through frustration that allows the context of being able to identify and recognize a new idea, right? And this is what we love about healthy relationships is they help us determine the validity of a shape of thought, right? Like the ability to be able to work through something, not just internally, but via an energetic connection, right? It's like we're able to identify thoughts that are viable as it relates to being able to be like the thought that is shared and fortified. Continuing to get clarification between our two of pentacles in its reversal in combination with our 10 of cups in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with the King of Cups in its upright. Now, this is very intriguing because now we've got here. So I just want to walk you guys through, for those who are listening to the podcast, the cards that are on the table right now. Because what we've effectively have is we've got two sevens here. Okay, we've got double sevens. We've also got double tens out. We've also got King of Cups and Queen of Cups. So I want to say that for a lot of the energy that is coming through right now, that space or that experience by which one is able to articulate and amplify what one is trying to do in a better fashion is allowing for its own context of breakthrough. I just keep on seeing that it's a lot of that identification point and relationality to being able to articulate upon what is bothering like the self. But this is what I see that is so beautiful about some of the relationships that are coming together right now. Look at this energy. And I want to point out the fact that we see, right? The fact that we see one is in its reversal and one is in its upright is not necessarily a bad thing, because when we're talking towards counterparts, it doesn't require the space by which the counterparts are entirely always in lockstep, right? This is what I like about this. Look at the relationships. Like this is what I mean. These are relationships where there's already differing opinions on things, right? Like this is the energy that's being able to say to one another, I don't see it that way, right? And this is what I mean in relationality to the energy that's helping each other. Because what is happening, remember, what do we talk about with these temperance relationships? The healthy conversation that helps us identify and recognize something that we could be doing better, right? The observation of being able to express upon something that allows the context by which we're able to recognize something that we're not seeing or something that we could be doing in a different way. So what's beautiful about this is for feminine, like this is the feminine energy that is healing potentially from relationships where, again, I keep on hearing the healthy relationship is the relationship that values honesty, because when we're able to have honest conversations, we're able to do things in better ways. So this is a lot of the energy that is articulating upon their frustration, right? But this is, again, this is the feminine energy, almost saying to masculine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. I'm not trying to take it out on you. I'm just expressing my frustration. And this is the masculine saying, I'm strong enough. I don't take it as a projection. I don't take your frustration personally because I'm strong in terms of knowing who I am to be, right? So there's a lot of that energy that is building into the context of being able to have extremely emotional conversations, but not being energetically triggered in the process. And this is the masculine that's going towards feminine and saying, I'm communicating my feelings. But this is the important thing that we're seeing here. And I need to point this out. This is the end. Remember when we talked about the space? Remember how we were talking over the last few days about the value of honoring emotions? What is the difference between honoring emotions and being emotional? Honoring emotions is doing the internal work to understand the validity of the emotions that we feel, right? Not all emotions are alike because we talk about the fact that some of the emotions come from the egoic space, some come from the higher self. So when we're doing that work, right, when we introspect upon how we feel, when we're in a healthy space, we do that internal calibration first, right? We understand, we don't just express the fact that we're emotional. We work to identify why we are emotional in order to get our energetic needs met. So that's why I keep on seeing the significating factor in a lot of these relationships is good direction sense. Is all I keep on hearing. There's good direction sense. I keep on hearing like the energy like looks to each other and says, you've got a good internal compass. Why do they have a good internal compass? Because it's the understanding of being able to point to the direction of where the work needs to go. When we feel emotions, right? It's not when we don't do things, we don't just do anything the emotions dictate and say, well, you got to honor it because I was just honoring my emotions. That's not how you honor emotions. Okay? You don't honor emotions by doing whatever emotions dictate. You honor emotions by doing the work to understand where the emotions are springing from. And so that's why I see that this is the energy that almost is already articulating and saying, I feel safe with you. Because this is the energy that says you've worked on not projecting. You build the healthy compass within to understand where the work goes that allows the space where anything can be fixed, so long as there's mutual agreement in terms of where the work is directed. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. Clarification between the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with the 7 of Pentacles in its reversal. Come on, I know you want to come out. Okay. We have here, we've got there our 4 of Swords in its reversal. So what are we seeing right now with that 4 of Swords in its reversal? One of the things that we're identifying, and I told you, like this is something that we have to be mindful of, particularly and especially in relationality to the fact that we've got Neptune and Saturn in retrograde, right? Neptune and Saturn in retrograde together can sometimes be a lot of hard feelings rising up about the past, right? Working through that in a certain way, getting very energetically frustrated, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. That still bothers me. It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that. That still bothers me. And here's the thing about it. It's okay to be bothered by things if there's reasons that you're bothered by them, right? The space by which we talk about the understanding of the healthy spiritual journey is one that you should be bothered by things, right? Because it's the understanding that working towards something in a way is the identification point of what it is that you're trying to do better. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, coming into divine union, like the observation of healing from some kind of experience where it made them feel like something about the self was wrong. This is the type of pain that I'm talking about here. You know, like this is what I mean in relationality to that. The context by which we often feel that there's something energetically wrong with us. This is how we build complexes, right? Like it's the space by which we often start to take the wrong lessons from things. And that's why I see even now that if these are relationships where another person is held in the embrace, they're being held in the embrace of their authenticity. It stirs up a lot of painful feelings. It stirs up a lot of painful memories. But is this energy like rushing back to experiences because they see them differently? No, right? It's the observation of the healthy partnership that allows us to adjust our lens, that helps us understand and identify where the work needs to go. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, that's either something that, again, it's understanding something that one is going through that feels like it's energetically internal. And what do we see that the energy is working towards right now? Not projecting that internal pain onto another, right? I told you Chiron's about to go into retrograde, right? Which is the space by which it's the identification point of how we love by being able to work through something that is often something that is unique and personal about our own journey. Or these are situations or circumstances where someone is seeing something in a different way, having the gift of the healthy counterpart that appreciates another in the full embrace of the self. And that's why I kept on seeing like that's either the energy that's working to forgive themselves if there were situations that they put themselves in where they did not feel like they were being energetically valued, or they're learning to let go or heal from situations where they see that with more clarity in relationality to receiving it in the healthy present context. Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, the ability to understand what is missing is often the arrival point into the healthy relationship. Continuing to get clarification, but that's why it sometimes creates that space where like you enter into a healthy partnership and a lot of that work starts to stir up, right? It makes something harder in some way, shape, form, or fashion. But this is not the energy that flinches away from doing that work. It's the energy that kind of like just accepts it as a part of their healing process. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Seven of Cups in its reversal. Can I please get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this Queen of Pentacles energy and its reversal right now, because one of the things that we're effectively seeing, and I got to point this out too, we've got a lot of pairs here right now in today's spread. If you're catching this podcast, make sure that you head over to the Substack if you want to see the full spread. We've got the Queen of Pentacles here in its reversal, and we've got the Page of Pentacles in its reversal. So we're seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, you keep on here. The context in being able to do something in a different way is allowing, I keep on hearing, it's like allowing the ability to, I keep on seeing thinking unconventionally, working in a space of being able to articulate how one is trying to do something in a way that carries, like, I keep on seeing, like, it's like, I want to, like, I keep on seeing, like, this is the energy that, like, the partnership itself feels like it's healing because it's the arrival point in terms of being able to amplify the possibilities of what can become. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union in that way, thinking about I keep wondering, thinking outside the box, thinking about like I keep on hearing thinking in a way that um like changes your own. I keep wondering, like, this is the beauty of the healthy relationship, is like it's the idea of bouncing ideas off of one another, that you're able to come into the space of a new idea, right? Like this is why those type of relationships are so beautiful, because it's almost like, remember when we were talking about mind mapping before, like the map outside of the self that becomes that adjacent point in relationality to understanding and defining something in the context of the counterpart, that helps you kind of build the shape of something that you're working on. So it's giving me a lot of that, like, it's giving me a lot of that kind of like brainstorming energy, because it's like the space by which one is able to think in a different way, via the healthy relationship that gives you an alternate, like an alternate perspective or an alternate view of something. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Four of Swords in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Six of Pentacles in its upright. Now, this is very important because, again, man, I just got to point this out. Like, this spread today is really intense in relationality to the predominance of repeating numeric cards. So we've got two sixes out as well today, especially, and we like to see it. We like to see a six of wands with a Six of Cups, because it's working. I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy building into these new partnerships. It is the energy that says, as long as I understand what I am working on, anything is energetically possible, right? The ability, like, this is why I keep on hearing that, and I keep on saying, like, the two different modalities that are happening right now for the energy in separation. This is the energy that is saying, like, this, what is the energy in separation saying right now as they're working to heal themselves? I have to be patient with myself on that journey, right? The ability to observe, right? The ability to observe how far one has come, right? The ability of not losing energetic progress. Now, the difficulty point, I'm going to tell you, for a lot of that energy, like, working through that is often, I feel like sometimes those modalities or those moments where it feels like the emotions of the past rise up, it can sometimes feel like the context where it feels like something hasn't changed. But I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, the change that is occurring in terms of some of those relationships of the self is the energy is not just identifying things based on how much one feels about something, but whether that feeling is nourishing. It's like whether the feeling is nourishing is what I keep on hearing. The nourishing emotions that frame the context of the temperance relationships are something that feels like it is healthy towards us. It feels like something that brings into that space of healing, rather than rather than like, oh gee, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like that. Like, rather than that, oh, here we go again. Like, rather than that, like, oh, look, a roller coaster. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, that's like, it's a lot of that is what we're effectively seeing. And that's what I keep on saying. Like, this is what the conversations that are happening right now in some of these relationships. What are they talking to each other about? Trying to make better choices. But listen, that is the healthy path of healing, right? It's not it's not requiring the space of being perfect. It's the identification point of trying to work towards, and I keep on hearing, better is not qualifying, right? It's the space by which the energy is trying to ascertain what feels energetically aligned to them, right? Working towards the betterment of the self and also the betterment of partnership, right? Because when we do the work of the self, it is the amplification that says, like, that is why it's not selfish to work towards betterment, because it's the betterment that becomes the gift to everyone around us in the context of that, right? It's a gift that keeps on giving. And that's why I keep on identifying that if these are relationships where someone was trying to work on that way, and another person was saying, what do you think, you're better than me? Being like, it's not better. It's not about being better if it's energetically reciprocal. It's not about better if it's reciprocal, if it's something that is energetically the space by which another person desires to have that seen and identified in those around them. Like, that is generous. And so I feel like what's beautiful about this is I keep on hearing these are very, very generous partnerships, because they're saying, like, it's the understanding of generosity that we create which says that the gift that we feel within ourselves is something that we want to share around us, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that the energy is saying to one another, as this is why these energies are taking time with one another, because they're literally saying to one another, be generous and patient with yourself as you continue to do that, right? And again, continuing to get clarification between our Four of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Two of Swords in its upright. So, the thing I keep on seeing that's occurring right now with a lot of the energy that's in the Two of Swords, like, and then this is what I meant about some of these partnerships that are moving deeper into, and I, oh man, and it's more like, make sure you take a look at today's spread because it's really intense. We've also got double twos right now too. I'm not surprised to see this right now, given the fact that we've got Venus in Gemini, right? Because with the Two of Swords and the Two of Pentacles, for a lot of the energy that is moving deeper into partnership, these magician relationships that I told you about, prioritizing the authenticity of the self, I keep on hearing it is the energy that feels fortified, but also very frustrated. And what are they frustrated about? They're frustrated about, again, and I keep on hearing for a lot of those energies working through this, like, I feel like this is the energy that says, I wish, like, I almost see the energy saying, I wish I'd found you sooner, but almost understanding the space by which we are never late to our own journeys, right? And then that's the thing we have to be conscientious about. That's what we have to be very conscientious about in relationality to Neptune and Saturn, both being in retrograde together. Time is never wasted. Okay? I'm going to say that again, and I want, if you're feeling frustrated, I want you to write that down. Time is never wasted. The things that we put our force of intention into always have impact in ways and in spaces that we cannot see. And just because you're not seeing the tangibility of something, don't feel like it is not energetically observed. That ability of identification, that work is never energetically wasted. But sometimes when we are going through certain moments, like the identification point of working through something, right? The moment of frustration, like that moment that we say, like the ferocity by which we encounter something, and we feel like this is often why we have to go, like sometimes this is why when we find points of healing, it can feel like it gets harder because we look back on the past and go, why did I have to go through that? Why did I have to go through that? Why, what was all that about, right? But you have to understand that often the context by which we have to navigate something always fortifies our own energetic observations. So I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, moving deeper into divine union, make sure that you're holding yourself gently, particularly as it relates to circumstances or experiences that feel like they may have caused wounds for you on your energetic journey. This brings us to a lot of the energy, and again, like, and that's why it's hard, because Saturn being in retrograde, like, and this is often what Saturn says to us, right? I can't take that pain away from you, but if you come with me a little bit further, I can help you see something that you could not potentially see before, right? This is what we talk about the beauty of working towards the space of understanding the nature of time, which is allowing the context by which we're able to be energetically patient with ourselves. Because when we're patient with ourselves, we see things that we could not see before. Continuing to get clarification right now between our Six of Cups in combination with our Two of Swords. And this is going to bring us to a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union. Clarification on these two cards. There's that Queen of Wands in its upright. Okay. And this is what I'm talking about right now. I don't want you getting frustrated. I know it stinks. There's things that are rough right now. It's not about working through, it's not about working into the space by which we get energetically frustrated. And I'm going to tell you right now, energy like this, it can feel really rough, okay? With all of these energies in retrograde, it is literally the amplification of feeling like one is in a rut, okay? I want you to have and if you're feeling like you're in a rut, I want you to identify and recognize, I want you to chart your progress, right? The way that you get out of a rut is not the space by which you get really frustrated. You chart, you recognize and you appreciate how far you've energetically come, right? Because the observation, and this is why I keep on saying, like the benefit, I'm actually going to tell you right now, this Mercury retrograde in Leo is going to be different because the Mercury retrograde in Leo with all of these planets right now that are retrograding in Saturn, I mean like in Aries, is the observation of being able to understand and appreciate and value the self. It is the conversation that allows the space that when we are working towards the self, we work to carry ourselves in honor. The observation of not looking in terms of what one can do, but how one can honor the self. And this is what we talk about in the space of a healthy ego. It's the observation that when we work to heal the ego, we work to honor ourselves because it's the space by which we don't feel angry about what we carry. We feel honored to energetically hold it. So I feel like for a lot of the energy right now across all of the frequencies, if you're working through that, think about the space of identifying and recognizing like how one is able to energetically honor one's journey, which is the identification point of observing what is difficult, but also feeling the gift of being able to carry something heavy in a way that allows one to be able to do so with intentionality. So, for a lot of the energy right now in separation, I just keep on seeing, like, I almost feel like this is the energy that's almost saying to one another, like, I see what you're energetically carrying and you hold it well, right? And this is the highest standard that we give to one another when we're doing hard things, right? It's the observation of when another person is carrying something heavy, and they say you do it with such effortlessness, which is the observation of the force of intention by which we choose to move through something. So I keep on seeing, like, that's what I meant about some of these new relationships that are coming together, and they're looking at each other in awe and wonder because they're saying it's not the space by which you don't have a reason to be heavy, but the ability that you find, like the actual strength that it takes to continue to move through something and to try to work towards the betterment instead of the bitterness. Now, for a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, the ability to do that same work, like I told you, a lot of that ire that may be kind of rising up in the space of being in the energetic relationship where they feel seen, held, and appreciated. That's either the ire that's directed towards the self in terms of seeing what one could do better in the past or something that one experienced. Are they holding on to that? No, they're energetically releasing it. They're focusing on like working towards that energetic sustainability point. And this is why we build upon the space of healing from the desire to project. Because when we care about each other, we focus upon the sustainability that we create in not making another person have to experience something that we're working through, right? It's the arms that we hold around someone. When we love each other, we protect each other from the emotions that are hard for us because that is the force of intention by which we are able to experience and move towards a space of betterment. While for masculine and feminine energy that are deep within divine union, I just keep on saying that for a lot of that energy deep within divine union right now, I told you, like, this is working through the frustration to be able to arrive into a better solution. It's the identification of what one is trying to do that allows the context of arriving into a better thought. And that's what I keep on seeing with some of this energy deep within divine union, like working through that frustration point, like going it's like that moment I keep on hearing, like when you got your head down and then you look up, because this is what we do in a healthy partnership. It's the ability to give each other a different perspective. It's the ability to kind of help someone see something in a way that they couldn't before, right? The gift of a healthy love is a love that gives you additional angles, because when you have those additional angles, it helps you be able to see something with a better shape. And this is why we do the work to heal the ego. Because when we are in the space so we can heal the ego and others give us angles, we don't say, get out of here with those. I don't want to hear it. Earmuff energy. We go, thank you. I appreciate that, right? It's the observation of taking something into energetic consideration. Bottom of the deck on this reading, we've got here our Three of Cups in its upright. So we're gonna talk a little bit about this right now, because I gotta tell you, and this is the only thing, everybody, working through the context of heightened sensitivity right now, you know, it's working through, it's like I keep on saying, it's identifying and recognizing the difference between what feels good, okay, what feel good, what feels good versus what is good is what I keep on saying. What feels good versus what is good, right? And I want you to understand. I know. Remember what I said? Like the thing about this energy right now, with all of these planets, retrograding in Aries, right? Snap, like a little snap as a treat. You know what I mean? It's a little bit of that energy that would be like, it would feel really good. It's not, yeah, it's like, yeah, maybe it'd be valid for it. Don't think about what feels good in the moment. Think about what feels like it's energetically nourishing. Okay? I don't want to hear about feels good. I want you to tell me like you made the nourishing choice. Okay? I don't want you coming out of this retrograde period to me for a reading and I'm gonna be like, why did you do that? And you're gonna be like, because in the moment it was the sweetest thing I could possibly. I'm like, yeah, I know. I don't want you telling me. Be like, you don't understand. It was so sweet. I'd be like, yeah, I know. It might have felt good, but was it the nourishing to sit, allow the space of understanding what feels nourishing to fortify you as it relates to working through things right now. Not whether you feel validated, not whether, I don't want to hear the word deserve. Okay. I want you to move towards the nourishing choices. Okay. Embrace that temperance energy. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I'm never going to DM you. I'm never going to PM you. I'm never going to slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Temperance card. Our next class is tonight at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Devil card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, simply head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to having the next class, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive complimentary you'll also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library class archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact moving towards your tarot goals moving forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. I also want to let you guys know that you can also, even if you don't become a paid subscriber, I would encourage you to make sure that you're following me on Substack to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also have updates as to my mystic meditation articles. I publish those about bi-monthly, which will give you an update on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I also want to let you guys know that I now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the dream interpretation reading package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again on Friday. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to channeling. You got our highest gifter today. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. And Nikki, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 6th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these sites: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 45.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Whoop, hold on a minute. Cups. Yeah, there's a lot of cups here. I mean, I like it. I mean, like, the thing about it, this is a beautiful spread. It's a really complex one. It's like, I can't believe, like, we got double 10s, we got double 7s, we got double 6s, we got double 2s, you know? It's a lot, it's a big conversation on alignment is what I'm seeing. It's like it's a major Cancer season. I agree, Kale. It's like, it's a lot of that right now. Bridget, I feel like this reading is going to be my whole personal reading as well with my question today. Okay, good to know. I mean, again, if you're already seeing some of that alignment, let that serve as further confirmation. All right. I believe it just switched to Aries. Okay. Okay. I'm not 100% sure. Yes, honest conversations. Tap to claim, Kelly. Thank you as well, user 63. Good to see you. You're so welcome, Unique. And thank you for those stars, K. Megan. Bexka, Miss Bex. A lot of not running from true healing. We think we forgive, but realize we didn't forget or forgive. Well, and I need to point out, we talk a lot about this here, Miss Bexka. Like, healthy healing is not the context by which, like, it's not the space by which we have to forgive everything. It's the observation as to why there are things that we still hold on to that are like that aren't okay. Like the context by which we're able to articulate. Like this is why we talk about the fact that like we build altars there, right? It's the observation of seeing something and saying that changed us, like that observation, that force of change, like bringing that quality of intention to something, right? Like it's like it's a lot of the and this is the conversation with we have with the higher self, which is saying like I'm not okay with that, and the higher self is always able to articulate the reasons why, you know. I like that perspective. Slowly learning to forgive the self. Yes. And this is how we do that. We absolve and heal the self of past by making those resolutions going forward. Exactly. Thank you, Nikki. And Tay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Nikki. Come on, Biscuit. Marching to victory slowly. No, that's what we see here, right? And that's what I mean. Like the Five of Cups with the Seven of Wands, right? It's working through that frustration and relationality to like wanting to speed up processes. And Val, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for helping me reach my crown goal today, Lisa. Genuine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Time is never wasted. Next, you thank you for the follow. Miss Bex, our souls chose the life, however difficult it may be. Oh, wow. Our client was expressing anger. Oh, sending you so much support on that, Miss Bex. I know it's hard, but I'm going to tell you right now, like that's the thing about it too, with like a lot of the energy right now in Aries. It's like it's being able to validate and feel like the anger that feels like it fortifies, right? Like moving it into a space that feels like it helps change something. It's like hitting a golf ball out of a sand trap energy. That's exactly what it is like. Perfectly stated, Bridget. At least it's already in the getting out phase and not just the entering. That's fair. It's fair, Kale. Yeah. More glitter, less bitter. I love that, Jeeves. I love that. More glitter, less bitter. Celebrating emotions. Tap to claim, Miss Bex. I know. I do. Like Three of Cups, bottom of the deck. It's, that's the thing about the Three of Cups, bottom of the deck, which is like none of I keep wondering, like, none of this serves you right kind of thing. I keep wondering, what serves you right doesn't serve anyone. Serves you right doesn't serve anyone. Okay? What a close, right? I know, Cal. Yes. Look at how far you've come in navigating those emotions and making smile through the pain, sending you support, Unique. Oops, yeah. And it smells like a sweet dream. Fine, I'll keep eating healthier. Hi there, Tigress. Deserve to let the claws. Nah, that's what I'm talking about, little Vamp. That's what I'm talking about. Like I'm telling you right now, that's the type of energy you got to be conscientious about right now. You know? Thank you so much, Sev, for the follow. Yes, play well with others, please. Okay. Battle of the gifts. I like that. I like the battle of the gifts. Thank you guys so much for the gifts during the live. I appreciate you. And I need my popcorn. And thank you guys. Please thank Kay Megan for all their help moderating, and make sure you give Kay a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the platforms. Oracle, I'm just sitting here sipping tea, watching the gift battle. It's pretty cool when it happens. It's like an effects show, Thank you guys. I sent as much as a baby dragon. Oh, that's what we're trying to do now, right? So the way we're trying to go going forward is we do the gifts. We do the gifts for readings after we do the competition, because if not, like this is where we find ourselves. Thank you. A lot going on. It was quite the battle. But you've definitely you've got two cards coming towards you right now, Nikki. All right. Nice gifts though, absolutely. Thank you so much. Channeling the higher skifter. Yep, I got you. I sent as much. I know. So this is what we gotta like. This is what we have to be conscientious about. So we're trying to do gifts. We're trying to do gifted readings after the competition, so that we can this is what we're trying to this is what we're trying to avoid. Is what I keep on seeing. You can you can definitely still get on the list. Yes, you can absolutely with the dream. I mean, if you want to do the dream interpretation with the 2 card, I'm also happy to do that too. You're so welcome, Per. I'm like, please, the collective, give me what I need. No problem, Bex. All right. Praying over here. Don't forfeit your extra card, dear. We can do like I'm happy to do the 2 card with the dream if you'd like. Ollie. All right. Thank you as well. Anger that fortifies, beautifully said. I miss the golf analogy. I love it. I do too. No, I mean like that. Like this is what I like. Especially with that 3 energy here. That's a good point too, Nikki. And I feel like that's what I'm seeing about the past as well. Hi there, Tigress. Mother Bear energy. Help me understand my anger by showing me she protects us. That's a beautiful way to put it, right? Like being energetically protective in ways, shapes, or forms, right? It's like I keep on hearing let the anger fortify, not frustrate. Betty, I'm in new relationship and it's scary but exciting. We both have a lot of room for expansion. Sending you so much support on that journey, Betty. All right. I'm not doing it, I promise. I just I love the fact that little vamp, you wrote like, I'm not doing it, I promise. And then you like stopped and we're like, want to. Yes. Oh, Oily, thank you, dear. Oh, what time is it tonight? I know I was meaning to close my books. We might have to move. I have to move that reading tonight, Oily. Um, can we do that? I'm going to email you because my books tonight are actually closed. I apologize for that, but let me reach out to you and we will reschedule that. I can definitely do the reading tomorrow. Okay, just let me know. Thank you, dear. All right, perfect. Oh, Nikki, thank you. And Nikki, I am going to give you 5 cards in that reading as well. So thank you for that, dear. Okay. Betty, yes, you are a subscriber. Okay, perfect. Yes. So Oily, can you let me know the morning? Okay. Yeah, I'll send you a message. Thank you for that. And that was my mistake. I should have closed my books. I'm teaching class tonight. I can't do the reading at that point. I'm doing class. Live is popping off. Thank you guys. We are going to get started on personal readings. Um, and if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Oh, we got to 50K. Thank you guys. All right. You can absolutely be able to grab your mod 1 card. All right. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to do a 1 card for K Megan. We're going to do the 50 card. We're going to do the 50 card. No, we're not going to do the 50 card. We are not going to do the 50 card. We're going to do the 50K. And then we're going to get started on personal readings. Kay, are we doing a general reading or do you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? 50 cards for my reading. Okay, Nikki. Exactly. All right. 1 card. Oh, okay. Yeah, this feels, I keep on hearing someone who understands healthy boundaries is what I keep on getting. Like there's something, I don't know why. I feel like you're healing from energetic relationships where someone like issues as it relates to boundaries. But it says to me, like it feels like I feel like it's something that feels energetically restorative. Yeah, and I also feel like, they've gone through a lot of the same things you've gone through, is what I keep on seeing. Like I keep wondering, there's a lot of similarity there in relationality to you know, like I feel like there's something about that that feels like somebody, like it says, like it feels like somebody who is appreciative of time, not demanding of it. That's wild. I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, dear. Thank you so much. And the temperance cards are card. Okay, thank you. Further confirmation. All right. One moment. You're so welcome, dear. Hold on a minute. Sin needs 10K more diamonds to get the next league. I don't even know what that is. You guys are so much better at things than I am. I'm like, what's that? I don't, whatever channeling just said. Thank you, channeling. I don't know what that means. Okay. All right. And 50 card would be epic. 50 card would be here for, I would be a while. I've definitely, like, listen, when you do a personal reading with me, I definitely draw 50 cards or more when I'm doing a private reading. When I draw a private reading, those who've had private readings with me have seen how many cards come out when I'm doing a private. I would like to do the 50 card. I've just done it now. Pull the whole, that's what I mean, like when I'm doing private reading specs, like I have 2 or 3 decks I usually draw from. I got to shuffle the spread into the deck. Yeah, that's what I need. Yes. Slow arrival of emotions. These cups is cupping. I mean, but here's the thing, like that's what I mean, like slow and steady. You know, like something that takes time is something worth taking the time for. I wonder how many cards Coop ends up pulling in his collective. Oh, I don't know. I'm always really fascinated by seeing the way others like pull cards because you know, it's personal. Everybody has a different way of doing it. You know, we've all got our unique imprints, you know? Yes. Oh, that's wild. It came up in the first reading you ever gave her. Oh, let that serve as confirmation. You're welcome, Kay. I want a private reading now. You know where to book it, Bridget. I can't wait to do a private reading. Same, dear. If you go to the next league, you get an extra. Oh, that would be dope. Okay. Yeah, guys, I'd like that. Okay. I'd like that. That sounds cool. Good to know. Thank you, channeling. I appreciate that. Guys, make sure to give channeling a follow too. Jill, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the 7th person read for. I know. I love the uniqueness of your styles are totally different. I trust you both. Oh, thank you. That's a huge compliment, Nikki. I appreciate that. All right. That's if you've never been in a league before. I don't know what these leagues are. This stuff confuses me, man. I can't keep up with it. I'm like, I got a lot on my plate. It gets cumulative. Some more of people send heart me's diamonds. Okay, cool. Guys, help me get to that league thing. That sounds cool. All right. And thank you. Gia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Are you speaking English, Chinese? See, that's what I mean. Are you speaking? I know, but it's like that's the thing about it. It's like I'm just like I'm tired. I'm tired of learning new things. I'm not tired, but I mean, like, I just get very confused by it. Okay, that's dope. I didn't even know that. Look at that. We're all learning under the learning tree. Exactly. Oh, I remember the dream the other day. Was my locker was C4? That's wild. Okay, that's cool. All right, we're gonna get to it. We're gonna do that is wild. All right, we're gonna get to it right now. We are gonna start. We're gonna do the 50K giveaway right now. I am going to think of a number right now between 1 and 57. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Nope. 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 Whoop. Lisa, congratulations. You got the 50K giveaway. All right. We will do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much for participating. All right. Hold on. I got to read back up here. All right. Perfect. Whoop. Yeah, I should just create a Discord channel to help explain all the like wacky stuff I don't understand. You've gotten a 22% increase before? That's awesome channeling. That is very cool. You see, I don't understand how any of this stuff works. Like, thank you guys. All right. Thank you as well. Congratulations, Lisa. Oh, that's good. Is that a good thing? That sounds like a good thing. All right. I am good at this. All right, we're going to get started on personal readings. The first person we're reading for today we are reading for dragons. Oh, and Nikki, thank you for being my titled gifter. Excellent. All right. What happens at C3? Okay. Before we get started on dragons reading, let's do an intuition check. So I've got a card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'm going to reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Frog. All right. Thank you guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. I saw Lisa, you sink a battleship. I was like, all right. The next person, and thank you guys though. Thank you guys for helping me get there. That sounds like I'm doing pretty good, and that means you guys are helping me do that. So thank you guys so much for being here and supporting these messages. It was Bridget. Okay, thank you. All right, the first person I'm reading for today right now is dragons. Dragons, if you are here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Excellent. I saw it go through very quickly. All right. Second call for dragons right now. Dragons, I see you liking the live. I need you to stop tapping and put your comment in. I need you to stop tapping and put your comment in for a minute. Oh, excellent. Oh, it filtered. It's okay. All right. It's still filtering right now, dragons. I haven't seen it come through yet. No, it hasn't gone through yet. It doesn't like something you're saying. So you might need to put periods between the words, or you may need to rephrase it, or you might need to put in the Discord. Yeah, it's not coming through. Wonder why. Blocked. What block? Okay, now I'm seeing it. What blocks in spiritual? Okay. I wonder what the word was that's bothering them. Oh, she started watching it? That's awesome. Do you like it? All right, let's get to it. Is that the first that's the whole question, dragons? Apologies in advance. No, don't apologize for giving me info for your dream. Like, I want all of the dream tea if I'm interpreting on it. Yes, so far it's cute. All right, that was it. Okay, so that was an abbreviation. Blocks in my, okay, now it's coming up fine. All right. All right, so we got to identify the blocks in the spirituality. All right, can I please get 4 cards for dragons? And I'm going to pin up, listen, I'm going to pin up dragons here. Guys, make sure to follow, give dragon a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Whoa. You know, there's something really like, I don't want you looking at it as a block, is what I keep on here. Like, it's not, it's so funny because I've got a guide around you that's like, I keep on hearing them say, "Why are you holding back?" Like, "Why are you holding back?" You know? Um, there's something how do I okay, let me get it. Yeah, let me Mhm. I've got a little bit of this, like I've got a little bit of this energy around you that I'm picking up on, especially you saw how quickly the lovers and the moon card like threw themselves out of the deck. Like they threw themselves out of the deck, like, and they threw themselves out of the deck like I wasn't like I was trying to draw you these four, and these two are like, no, we're coming along for the ride. And like a lot of that, what I'm seeing here has to do with like I keep on hearing it's like I feel like you're trying to find your voice right now. And the difficulty with trying to find one's voice is um I've gone too far. I haven't gone far enough. Right? Like that's what that is what I keep on seeing in relationality. Like I hear a guide saying you're perfecting your pitch, which is like the identification point of you trying to find the energetic balance point. Like case in point, between trying to do something in a way, but I keep on seeing like a lot of that is like it's building into the space of your own energetic confidence. So I want you to be really patient with yourself on this right now. Because I feel like even in the space of you saying, like, I don't even want you identifying it. I don't want to hear the word block coming out of your mouth, is what I keep on saying. Because every time you say block, you're really saying to yourself, I'm not good enough. I'm not where I want to be. Right. And I feel like the way that you're going to heal this block is literally by saying, what if this is perfect? What if this is exactly what if like, and if you're, and then again, if you say, well, it's not, being like, well, what is like, that's the conversation I'm hearing from one of these guides going, what's missing? Right. And I feel like that's why you have to, like, I want you to think of it less. I keep wondering, I want you to think of it less as a block than building a point of appreciation for your own energetic progress, is what I keep on seeing. Because, um, basically, and I keep on hearing like you've got an angelic guide. Hold on, it's like the angelic guide is like very much in the space of saying like the ability to be able to kind of build something in a way that is sustainable is something that we perfect. It's something that we're constantly in the space of energetically perfecting. So they keep on saying they want you to be consistent with what you're doing. They want you to focus upon that in such a way that you're being patient with yourself. And I keep on even hearing like the shape by which you talk to yourself. Like you got to stop saying don't say I'm blocked. Like don't say I'm blocked. Like, don't be saying you're blocked. So keep on saying say I'm working on stuff. I'm trying to get better at that, right? Because I keep on seeing like the space that I see of you. I keep on hearing like you're finding your voice, and when you're finding your voice, you don't want to push too hard, right? Because it's the space by which you're able to do something energetically consistently. So I want you instead tracking your progress right now. I want you coming to appreciate and celebrate where you are right now. That is how, like, you are going to, that is how you're going to get rid of the energetic feeling of being blocked, because you're going to stop viewing it like that. The way you get over that block is celebrating where you are at this exact moment, like building into that space of like appreciation. And I know that's going to be difficult for you. I know that's going to be difficult for you. I know you don't like me saying that, right? Because it's like I see something, I see you like holding yourself to an incredibly high standard, which is you being like, I could be doing something, but yeah, and we could all be doing something better. Like, but that's why we have to appreciate, like, we have to appreciate the fact that we're doing it the best way that we can. Now, and this is like, and this is what I keep on seeing with this, which is like um like there's something like this is like I don't know why I keep on getting that. Like that's what I meant with like I've gone too far and I haven't gone far enough. Like this is what I keep on seeing is like frustrating you, because I keep on hearing like, don't look at it in terms of what you could or could not be doing. Look in terms of what you can be doing consistently. Like let that act as the shape by which you're able to do something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Wheel of Fortune. Your guide, listen, your guides are not look I know you're not going to like this either. Your guides are not looking for breakthrough right now for you. They're looking for consistency. Consistency is the energetic breakthrough point, right? A breakthrough is a breakthrough, but a sustainable breakthrough is something that we're able to arrive upon. And I wouldn't be surprised. Like I can see this right now. You've got days you feel like you're off. You got days you're like, like today isn't the day. Like that's okay, right? Because even in the space by which you've got those moments that you're just not feeling like, I want you to understand and like recognize it, even on the times like when we're in the space where we're not feeling our best, like like even in the context of being able to move through something and like appreciate that in itself, like I keep on hearing, like, imagine your worst is another person's blessing. I know you're going to hate me saying that, you know, like that's the kind of energy that I'm seeing that you have to start putting to something, which is not getting upset in relationality to the quality by which you're doing something and understanding how you wish you could be doing it more. Like having the appreciation that you are exactly where you are supposed to be, right? And the ability to kind of, I keep on seeing like build into that point of appreciation in such a way is what's going to help you in terms of like navigating it. Because I keep on hearing I keep on hearing you are not an obstacle, right? Like you are not an obstacle. You are a work in progress. And that's what I mean. Like you kind of coming into that space of being kinder to yourself as you're understanding that you're learning and working to grow. Like that's what's going to help you heal it. But I keep on hearing the first thing you have to do to heal it is stop thinking of it the way that you're thinking of it, because it's not going to go away. It's going to always be there. But your ability of how you address what feels like a block is going to help you kind of motivate yourself to do something better instead of allowing oneself to feel frustrated or like working through a sense of like, you know, like trying to like understand what you could be doing in a better way is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing like release the expectation and come into the modality of celebration. They want you to write that down. Like I release the expectation and come into celebration. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dragons. And if this message if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We've got 4 spots left today before the list will be closed. 4 spots left. And just bear with me a moment as I read over the comments that came through. We're also at 64.4K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading. I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. And Uggles, thank you for the follow. All right, where were we? Antler animal. Antler animal? What does that mean? What kind of what like Hi there, OG. Good to see you today, dear. It's okay. Thank you. Got you. All right. That was an abbreviation. Yeah, so far it's cute. All right. And Cindy, thank you for the follow. The moon, yeah, did you see how fast the moon card jumped out right with the lovers, which is like the energy, it's like, I feel like it's like don't like I keep on hearing like don't let that like don't let that worry get the best of you. Yeah. Sun and moon. No, you saw that there. Yeah, the sun and you saw all those cards, right? Like there was a lot of that intensity. Oh, there we go, Hannah. One moment. I'm a projector in human design. I was given the example that the projectors are like avatars. Oh, that's cool. When they connect their I don't oh that's wild. All right, where are we? And oh, no worries, Cindy. That's the Avatar, the movie. No, no, I totally get what you mean. That's wild. Yes, I need to watch. Oop, dragons. Yeah, if it doesn't happen fast enough, I assume there's a block. But that's the thing I keep on seeing. You like things happen under the surface, right? Like the observation, I keep on hearing things may be happening that you can't see, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like there's a lot, like that's what I mean with like the lovers card and the moon card. Not necessarily, I keep on hearing like building into the space of not I feel like I see modalities where it's like I almost see you going through something and being like, oh, it's going great, or then like crickets, but just like finding the confidence or force within the self to trust the energetic process, if that makes sense. Dragons, I've done a lot of work in the past 12 months. And rather than looking at the progress, I'm like, okay, what's next? Well, and you see, that's the thing about like, there you go, right? Because I keep on seeing like consistency. And that's why it's interesting that I had that guide saying, like, they were saying, like, building into consistency is building into the space that, like, I keep on hearing, like, sometimes that progress is one that you're just building consistency, and I keep on hearing, like, and then, like, the consistency, like, is cumulative, is what I keep on getting. So continue, I keep on hearing, don't get worried about, don't worry so much about giant leaps, but focus on what feels like it's energetically constant or how you can build that space of consistency. I'm like, okay, what's next? Yep. Yes, I'm at 100K. Got it. Keep on keeping on. Absolutely correct. I've come a long way. Yeah, a cycle of self of love. Yeah, and I feel like yeah, it's like I feel like it's like working through like releasing that stagnancy mindset. Yeah, don't be your own bully in a world full. I love that channeling in a world full of bullies. Here and now. Hi there, BB. All right, you're welcome, dragons, and thank you for having that reading with me. Oh, that's very kind of you, BB. That made me laugh though. Antler animal is great. What other animal? Like what? Like what other antler animal? I'm so confused by it. Hi there, Eros. How are you doing, dear? Hydra, Grand Rising. And thank you for the follow, BB. Yeah, I've been getting that a lot lately. Moon comes up in everything I pull. Yeah, I keep on hearing, like with the moon card, I keep on hearing, what makes you think it's not working? Is what I keep on hearing. Consistency is everything. All right, friends, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is channeling, and we're doing a dream interpretation before we begin. Let's do that one card. All right. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. guys with your answers. It was the cow. Thank you so much. And you guys did antler animal. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Okay, guys. It worked. It was indeed an antler animal. Okay. All right. We're going to continue right now. I'm doing this reading. Is this inside tea? A win is a win. Look what you did. Are you proud of yourself? Are you satisfied? Is this inside tea or outside tea channeling? Is this inside tea or outside tea channeling? Oh my goodness. All right, where are we? Where are we? Please hold. I got it here. Excellent. Are you not entertained? I feel good. Okay, I'm glad you guys, we summoned him. You summoned a cow. I can't breathe. Okay, it's outside. I don't care who hears it if that answers the question. Okay, uncaring outside tea. All right. Oh gosh, all right. We have fun here. We have fun. Okay. I'm gonna put up channeling here. I'm gonna pin channeling. Guys, make sure you give channeling a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. Hi there, official. All right. Okay, outside tea. Whoop, hold on a minute. Okay. Okay. So, as some of you know, I had a lovely visit from the high priestess yesterday. Yes, we spoke about that. I rarely remember my dreams, but this dream I remembered. I was sitting in my room like any other day, and I got this huge rush of wind blow into my room, which is weird because the window was closed. I turned around very quickly and saw a very tall woman with long, flowing, curly purple hair. She literally looks like her depiction in the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, minus the purple hair. She's simply staring at me. I'm staring back. I start to say something, but she holds her finger up to her lips to silence me. Then she speaks a marvelous statement that still leaves my body warm and vibrating. She says, "You are doing exactly what the universe wants you to do, and you do not need to question as to whether we are hearing you or watching over your empathetic prophecies. We are proud of you for the work you have done, and we are empowering you to continue." Then the room got really cold and dark, and she continued to say something, but I couldn't hear it. I thought about it afterwards, and I chuckled because the high priestess has a sense of humor, and I'm wondering if she was channeling her reversal meanings. Can I please get, then I woke up. Can I please get, 2, 3, 4 cards, thank you. Oh, and you get an additional because you got on, yeah. Thank you. All right. Okay, let's talk about it. So, no, I mean the dream is a guide dream. I think that you recognize that very quickly. And I feel like there's something very important in relationality. It's interesting because like when a guide dream is this specific, there's not, there's not like a tremendous amount to interpret because I feel like there's a lot of it there that's just kind of obvious. Um, but I feel like the dream itself is like it feels like an energetic conversation with sacred feminine. Bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. And you know, one of the things I think that is important about the space of the dream is, oh my goodness. And we need to pause here because I didn't even see the beach part when I first read it. Hold on a minute. There's a part of the dream that I did not, it's very high priestess of that to happen. Hold on. The part of the dream that I missed when I was reading it is the space by which there was the space by which there was the separation point. When I said the room got cold, the next minute we were sitting on the beach where I was born and raised, and we are both looking at the horizon. And she turns to me and says, "Fear not what the world has become. Fear for what the world is yet to become." Okay. So, one of the things that we're seeing in relationality to this dream, and I like to point this out when it comes into the space of working through the high priestess, is the observation and understanding of the space by which we are able to amplify and articulate the work that one is trying to do. And I don't feel like I know that there's like a lot of this like heaviness and relationality to the context of this dream, but the card itself is one that talks to us about understanding the sacred job of trying to maintain energetic balance. We talk a lot about this here, even when I do these classes on the high priestess, right? The high priestess is always the observation. Like the high priestess is actually a deep card about working towards balance, the observation of what it takes to be able to navigate that. And I like to point out that often the lessons or the messages that we get with the high priestess is by being able to understand and work through the context of what we fear will occur. We're able to put our force of intention in terms of being able to do something in a better way. Now, I think that this is really important in relationality to the fact that you had this like beautiful like moment in the space of the dream where there was a conversation in relationality to someone trying to articulate to you the fact that the work that you're doing is seen and valued and recognized and energetically supported. Now, in that space that you spoke about the fact that it got really cold and dark, and she continued to speak, but you said that you couldn't hear it. Like, this is us being able to like navigate and amplify, like working in the context of being able to talk towards the things that we're trying to care about, right? The space by which we often fear, like the ability of another to be able to hear it, or the feeling of an energetic voice being silenced. And this is what we talk about often. Like, this is what we talk about in the journey of like working towards what is energetically right. It can sometimes feel frustrated because when someone is moving more in the space of being energetically selfish, they don't necessarily want to hear what is right for them, right? Like, this is what we talk about as it relates to healing. The whole context by which you saw that is the reminder point in being able to heal on one's own energetic journey, because it speaks towards the fact that when we're in a space of healing, there's always that active conversation. But when someone is too deep in their own egoic journey, right, it's the space by which it feels like you cannot reach them or you cannot communicate them. Like that inability to articulate something that often creates like that power of, like I see even now, like that power of coldness, or that like that space of another person's refusal to see something because it doesn't serve the self in order to do so. Now, that modality, I feel like it's like I feel like there's something about the context by which they're articulating that in the dream, which is giving you a little bit of that context by which how hard it is to be able to do the work that we do, right? In any context, like when we're working towards the space of trying to bring clarity and healing, that often can come at the identification point of those who are cold or energetically resistant to it, right? It's the space by which another person doesn't want to hear something that is helpful, but only wants to hear something that serves the context of the self. Now, when they said the next moment you were sitting on a beach and you'd articulated the fact that you said that it was a beach by which you were born and raised, and you were looking at the horizon, I feel like there's something beautiful about that because I feel like it's almost like the guided message it's trying to say to you that they've been with you all along, right? It's the observation of an energetic guide that knows you so well that they're even able to bring you back to the place where you first started existing, right? It's like the observation that almost says to you, like, I've been here this whole time. Like we're just now speaking to a certain extent. And I feel like that very ominous message that the figure left you with, right? Fear not what the world has become, but fear what the world is yet to become, is a reminder as it relates to doing the work to try to build towards what feels like it is correct, right? And often, and I think that this is important because I feel like there's a lot of the context of this dream that is talking about how one navigates fear, right? This is what we talk about when we talk about healthy shadow work. It's walk like the dream itself feels like it's shadow work because it's a conversation on fear, right? The space by which the high priestess was talking towards it, which says like the things that we should fear is what occurs if we don't have the ability to speak forth, right? The ability of understanding that the fear should not be the context that we run away from things, but the ability by which we are able to face them, right? Because that fear, and this is what the high priestess teaches us, like that fear becomes energetically protective, right? That fear becomes empowering when we're able to articulate to another the space by which we care about things. But that's what I keep on seeing. Like it, I feel like the conversation itself is almost trying to fortify you about the space by which you have to navigate your own fears in the context of what the future holds. So I feel like that is the message that we're seeing in the space of the dream, which says don't allow the fear to move you off of doing the things that you identify that one feels are energetically right. But rather, it's like when we come into the space that we're afraid to do something that's energetically right, then the world that we fear comes into fruition, right? So it's like I feel like the space of itself was like that is the characterization of the card, even in the messages of the card, right? It's talking about the importance of the energetic fear that like fortifies why we do the things that we do for the reasons why we do them. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with the King of Pentacles in its upright, you know, like I feel like there's that like there's a lot of that. I feel like it's interesting because there's a lot of that space of like I keep on hearing it's like there's there's like almost like an ominous presence in the space of the dream, right? You kind of talked about it with like the space by which like that they started to speak and you felt like they were energetically silenced. But I feel like again, it's like I feel like that is kind of helping you like build a point of empathy towards those. Like I feel like the whole dream itself is a warning against righteousness, if you will, right? Because we talk a lot about this here. Never are we in more danger than when we think that we're doing something that is completely right, and it's something that like we don't hear any different like differentiation on, right? So I feel like the dream itself is something that's giving you a gift as well, which is to say like the space by which you question yourself, the space by which you worry about things. It's like that worry is a gift, because when we worry, if we're doing something right, we're usually doing the right thing. But when we are confident, like when we are absolutely confident and saying this is definitely the right thing, like that is when we have to be very, very careful, because it's the space by which we hold something carefully that almost creates a space that we're constantly questioning ourselves on that journey. And I feel like that was kind of like something that was coming through in the space of the dream by saying, like, remember that your worry is the force of love, that your concern that you're doing something right is why you're doing it in the right way. And I feel like even in that space that they gave you, that immediately she started with the point of reassurance, and then all those doubts started coming in, right? Like it's almost like that reminder of like allowing that space of the moment of saying, I'm doing what I need to be doing to help steady you in those moments that you start feeling those doubts of yourself or start feeling like those internal questions. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, channeling. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, we are at 93.2K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. All right. There she is. I can't believe she popped up. That was wild. Bam. Like amazing. That's wild. I had a feeling she might come through. Wasn't that wild, Queen? You saw the devil. Yeah, but that's what I mean about, like, you saw the fact that the devil card came out too. But that's the thing about it. Like, I feel like a lot of it is like, working through the doubts of the self. It's working through the space by which you worry or you question. But they keep on hearing it's like the healthy fear is one that fortifies, right? It's something that you can put that power of intention towards, right? So I feel like that's a lot of, like, that's what I meant. Like the dream itself almost feels like a bit of a shadow work dream, because it's like helping you encounter your anxiety, but also feeling energetically fortified in the process of doing so. Yeah, she said you rang. Kara, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. You will be we've got 3 spots left today. I know that's wild that they came out. I don't think the part about the beach was weird. I think it's weird by the fact that I didn't see it when I was first reading on it, which is to say, like, I feel like, again, and I think that that's important, because remember when I said it's somebody saying, like, I've been around, like, I've been with you the whole time, like, even in the context of them saying, like, even when you didn't see me, I was there. So there's something even interesting in the fact that when I was reading that, that's how that occurred, right? It's the observation of them kind of like reassuring you that they've always been with you. Oh my. Oh, don't be scared, Kay. She said, she said, buckle up, buttercups. Yeah, I remember reading that part, like, what now? Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I feel like she would say, buckle up, sure. Oh man, the list is open, Stella. I've got you on the list. It was such a cool dream, and I felt great because I was visited, but also felt a sense of heightened purpose. Well, and I feel like it's just like it feels like a dream that's kind of trying to say to you, like you're like it's like like it's not being like you're like I feel like that's what I mean in terms of interpreting it. Like it just feels like an energy that's showing you their energetic support in that way. And I feel like it's beautiful that it's coming from this, like, the sacred feminine energy. Melly, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. BB, I've been healing in a nice way since last year, healing my inner child, connecting with self. That's beautiful, B. So glad to hear that. And KJ, thank you for the follow. All right. We're going to continue right now. I got it, Kay. You're so welcome. I feel like she will be back with more dream space messages. That's really cool. Yeah, definitely let us know if she does. The dream was, I know, wasn't the dream gorgeous? It's giving me like it's giving Galadriel. You know what I mean? It's giving me a lot of Galadriel. You know, like, it's giving a lot of Galadriel. Yeah, absolutely, Stella. The list we have right now is we've got Bridget, I've got Grace. Um, you know, channeling, you got the highest gifter, so you also have another reading coming to you. Do you want another reading today or do you want to hold that? Um, I've also got Jillian, Nikki, uh, Lisa, and Stella. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 3 cards left. Okay. I know, I want to be her, right? All right. Okay. Because you sent the donation, right? You sent the donation, but then you also got the highest gifter. Did I say 3 cards left? 3 spots left. Put me at the end so others get their readings. Okay, I got you channeling. All right, next person on the list for, oh, we got to 100K. Thank you guys so much for helping us get to the 100K. Let's do, we're going to do the 100K giveaway, and then we're going to do, the, hold on a minute. We're going to do Bridget, you're next on the list, and we've got 3 spots left. And so, yeah. Excellent. All right, I'm going to add you to the end of the list right now, channeling. All right, I am going to think of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 46. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things. Jack got it. Jack got it. Congratulations, Jack. That was fast. All right. Wonderful. We will do that again when we get to 150K. Thank you guys so much for participating. Just like that. Well done. All right. Next person on the list for today. And when we get to 150K, I know that was fast. Literally the first number I saw. All right. Oh, it was like fast. It was like fast to the punch. Who was first? All right. Next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? And while we do so, let's do another animal intuition check. I've got the card here. We'll count back from 10. Let's see who gets closest to it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raven. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right. All right, one moment, please. You also guessed 21, Minnie. That's wild. I almost got it as well. Jacques had faster fingers. Thank you. I always seem to get them when I need them most. So glad to hear that, dear. Congratulations. Yes, and thank you guys. All right, oh, wait. You got it. Oracle Erica, you got the Raven. Well done. Good job. Hi there, Grace. I got you, dear. Whoop, one moment. I just want to say and comment about the impact you have here. I'm grateful to have found you. Thank you, channeling. That means a lot to me. And thank you for being a part of this community, really and truly. I deeply appreciate you. Something with wings. You guys here we go again. Antler animals, something with wings. Hey. All right. I always love to see the Raven card. It's a pretty one. I was literally so excited to wake up this morning just for this interpretation. It's a beautiful, I mean, the thing is, I mean, like a dream like that, it's pretty literal. It's pretty literal. You know, it's like, my work is done, you know. On the disc in general. I got you, Bridget. All right. It's so true. It's been a lot of fun. Oh, you have a great time. Thank you, BB. You have a beautiful day, dear. Okay. All right. Where are we? Boop, boo. General. Okay. All right. I guess 41 and 31 and 21 are the next. All right. All right, let's get to it. Where are we? All right, we are doing outside tea right now for Bridget. Outside tea. Okay. And let me just pin Bridget up here. One moment. Where'd Bridget go? There you are. All right. Guys, let's make sure to give Bridget a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other in the live. One moment, please. All right. Where are we? All right, outside tea. My friend is here visiting with her husband and 2 kids, along with my ex-boyfriend, his wife, and their in-laws. They're all here on vacation, and I'm planning to meet up with them tomorrow. They come every year, and while it's always fun in some ways, it's also consistently stressful. This friend is someone I've known since I was 10 years old. There's a lot of history and familiarity between us, but I pulled back quite a bit since my dad's passing. During that time in my life, I've come to realize just how one sided our friendship has become. I'm grown in ways that have moved me beyond the dynamic we used to share, and being around them, especially in this kind of group setting, tends to pull me back into a version of myself that no longer feels true. Um, we still share fun moments, and there's comfort in our history, but I often feel both happy and uncomfortable. Right now, they seem more snippy and quick to anger than usual, especially around their partner. I understand there's a lot going on energetically and astrologically right now. So, with that in mind, um, how to best protect peace during this time, and 2 cards and overall energy. Yeah. Can I please get this? One moment, please. Oh man, when you see the card that it was. Okay, there's that one. Hold on to that. Can I please get, yeah, another one, please? And 2 more. Um, I feel like this is something that frequently can happen. Um, and I think, like, one of the difficulties that we often experience, especially in relationality to um, energy that has known us a long time, and I keep on seeing, like, this is someone that's so close to you that they almost feel like they're energetic family, is, you know, when we're in a healthy space, we honor and celebrate our energetic progress, right? It's a lot of that observation that is articulated in relationality to seeing how much we've changed, or seeing how, like how like what we've what that progress point is. But I'm seeing here that there's something that's occurring in relationality to the connection that feels like someone who's, like, still seeing you in some kind of, like, earlier state, is almost what I keep on seeing. Like, there's something about this where there's, like, a little bit of that observation in relationality, to, one moment. Hold on a minute. I'm going to take a pause point before we continue this reading. I'm just going to pause before. Yeah, thank you about that. All right. So one of the things that I'm effectively seeing right now is, and I feel like that's like it's interesting too because it does have to do with the reading in itself, which is like it feels like someone who like is still kind of seeing you in some of that earlier mentality. It's almost like I see somebody who hasn't necessarily it's almost like the confrontation point between you encountering someone that is trying to like have you regress in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And so I feel like that is the disparity point because I feel like the conversation that you need to have with another person is the observation about the fact that you're no longer like I almost see you having to say, I'm no longer the way that you found me. Like there's that observation of how much you've changed. And I feel like I see like it doesn't say to me, I don't see somebody um who, you know, and I keep on hearing it's like the connection point in relationality to where they are and where you are is, and I feel like that's the thing. Like, I feel like you guys are in very, very different places, and I feel like one of the things I'm noticing here has to do, and I feel like this is really interesting because it does say to me that there's something about the context of like the relationship or something about the observation of the relationship that they have with another person that almost feels to me like it's triggering to you, right? I'm not sure why I keep on seeing this, but it almost feels like I see you like observing something in a relationship that almost feels like it's painful to witness. Like that's what I keep on seeing that feels like it's like some kind of additional burden here because it almost feels like a space by which I keep on hearing, and that's what can be hard. Like I keep on pointing out when we're seeing somebody um, experiencing something that we're not comfortable with, it can often make us feel like we're complicit in it. Is what I keep on seeing, and I feel like that is the conversation that's happening here, which is like I see the space by which I can see the fact that you identify something that needs to be healed, but another person seems to be projecting it outwards. Um, I think the thing you have to recognize, and I know that this is hard, but it's saying to me that I want to try to give you like I need to draw another card on this because I can see it even here. Can I get one more cards, please? One more card. Yeah, one more card guidance, please, on how to navigate this. Thank you. The one thing I'm seeing in relationality to advice in terms of like how to navigate a situation that I'm experiencing here is not allowing yourself to be triggered, which is basically to say, like, I feel like there's that uncomfortability that is occurring that I keep on hearing it doesn't require you to say something about it, but I also keep on hearing it doesn't require you to sit and observe it, which is to say that if you're in a space where you're trying to like have a positive conversation and it feels like something that is becoming unhealthy, it's okay to say like, you know what, I'm not feeling great, I think I need to get going. And I keep on hearing like I almost feel like it's the space by which you're like I keep on hearing hold yourself sacredly in terms of saying, and I keep on hearing it's like perfectly honest to say to another person, I'm not feeling really great right now, I need to go, right? Which is the space by saying like the way that you're not feeling great, Like it's the space by saying like, this is uncomfortable. Like it's making me feel energetically uncomfortable. Right. Because I keep on seeing that, like, I feel like it's hard because I see a situation where there's some kind of inclination to want to say something. And so I keep on hearing the guide say, instead of getting into an argument, like articulate your departure point, which is to say, like the ability of saying, like, I need to, like, I think I need to get going now. Because I keep on hearing like the one thing that you want to be conscientious about is um I keep on hearing it's like the you have to remember, like, we can't heal things that another person is complicit within, right? If another person isn't doing that work for themselves, it can create a space by which they'll just project that you're the energetic problem, right? So that's why I keep on saying the thing that you want to make sure that you avoid is like almost like I keep on saying like trying to speak forth upon it, right? I keep on hearing it might not make something better, it might just make something worse because it's like if the energy isn't speaking up for themselves is what I keep on seeing is like you know what I mean? It's going to be create the space where they're just going to project you as being the energetic like problem. You know, like that's the hard thing to see here. And I know how difficult that is. And so I keep on hearing like the guides are saying you might want to think of a situation where you are able to say like, you know, I'm like I can't like the ability to say like I might not be able to stay, right? But because like allowing that to be your point of departure to help you like I keep on hearing, rather than coming into an uncomfortable conversation or putting yourself in an uncomfortable situation. And the one thing I keep on getting from this is an opportunity for inner child healing. Because what do we talk about with inner child healing? Inner child healing is often that space where we feel like the energy that says we can't go anywhere, it'll embarrass us. You know what I mean? Like the energy that says like you have to stay and experience it. But the inner child healing is a space of saying like we're leaving, right? Which is a space by which you say it's okay to say to another person, if I'm feeling uncomfortable about a situation, it's totally okay for me to go. Is what I keep on hearing. Like that is the inner child healing, which is the space by saying, like, allow that to be the context where you're observing the inner child and saying, like, you know, like building that space of saying it's not selfish if it's something energetically reciprocal, which is to say, if something is happening that is uncomfortable to witness, you don't need to stay present for it, you know? Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, there's the Lover's card, right? It's like the space. It can hurt. Like it can, especially when we're very empathetic to see someone in an unhealthy relationship, it can feel very painful. It can feel very energetically draining because it's like I keep on hearing, like you can feel the discomforture. You can feel the uncomfortability. It's like I keep on hearing it's like the elephant in the room, right? It's like it's something that it's like the relationship that affects the context of those around it. So like, and I keep on hearing it's not your job. Like I keep on hearing it's not your response. I know how difficult it can be, right? I know how difficult it can be when we're seeing that and we want to say something. But the thing is, right, we can't interrupt another person's relationship experience in relationality to how they feel about it or what they think about it. I keep on seeing this here. Like the space by which we say, you know, I feel like you can offer to say to another person, is there something you want to speak about? Is there something you want to talk about? Like giving someone, I want you to think about less about prescribing what they need to do versus giving the opportunity to listen, is what I keep on hearing, right? Because the opportunity, like I keep on hearing, instead of like saying like, you know, you need to stop doing this, but almost the space of saying like, can I you know, tell like instead of like ask the question, right? Like allow the conversation to arise in relationality to observing and recognizing and saying like I care. Is there something that is going on? Is there something I can help with? Right? So I know how difficult that can be, but I keep on hearing like this space the space by, oh, the way a relationship exists, like the qual and I know how difficult this is. I know how difficult this is. The quality of a relationship cannot be judged by those outside the relationship. It has to be judged by the forces within it, which is often what can be difficult in an unhealthy space because sometimes we see something that's unhealthy. But if they don't think it's unhealthy, right? Like it's not something that we can like you can't intervene, right? It's a space by which it's the opportunity that says like, is everything okay? Right? It's like the mutual consent that is entered upon by them being within it. It's something that you can like be sympathetic towards, but make sure that you're not being prescriptive upon, right? And I keep on hearing it doesn't require you to like remain in a space where you're seeing something that pains you, but the ability to say, how do you feel about that? How are you experiencing that? What's your experience of being within that, right? Like almost like allowing a space of introspection to occur by which you can offer some kind of like advisement or some kind of piece of advice that may feel like it may help to heal them, right? I feel like it's like a situation you have to walk in and say, how can I bless the situation, right? It's not your responsibility to fix, but just trying to do the best, most good that you can in the time that you're effectively present around it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, where are we next? I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. What'd you miss, channeling? Okay. And apologies for that individual who was coming in here in that way. Thank you for taking care of that, Kay. Seems like, hold on a moment. Oop, just reading over the comments. Okay. Oh, the ghost fighting with mute. I think there was just somebody in here who was being very judgmental. My screen keeps freezing. Oh, is anyone else experiencing that? Okay. Oh, beautifully said, Miss Bex. Okay. I wonder if this will align with my reading on this. Thank you as well, Nikki. All reversals. Yeah, you saw it. You saw it too, Bex. It's an uncomfortable situation. I got both those cards for you too, but his energy was upright, Chariot, and Six of Cups. Sounds like ample opportunities to pop off in the retrograde. Well, that's the thing that you have to, like, that's the thing I keep on seeing, which is like making sure that you're not like popping off. Okay. Thank you for the help, Kay. Thank you again. All right. Seems like they want to, yes. I don't feel like she has, I mean, I think what I'm seeing there is somebody that has like I feel like I see somebody that's going through a lot of stuff right now, you know? Like and I keep on saying you're not the energetic source of it, but you know, I keep on hearing like pay attention to a sore subject, which is like making sure not to make a situation worse by or like I keep on hearing like making it like, you know, like the observation, like I keep on hearing like don't make it worse by casting judgment is what I keep on seeing, which is the space by which it says like, can I help, but not feeling like you're like, you know, especially if there's already been a conversation in that way, you know, like that's what I meant. Like just allow them to work through it, you know. Because yeah, I see that. But that's the thing about it. Like I almost, and I can see it's an impossible situation because I can feel like they can tell that you feel that way. Like that's the hard part. Like that was the hard part about me reading it. And I know that, and like that's the difficulty. I know you can't help it, is what I keep on saying. I know you can't help it, right? Like you can't help feeling like that. And they can't help noticing that you feel that way, right? It's like that's what I mean about it. Yeah, and I told her as much as best I can. I can see that. Yeah, I feel like she used to be like that to me. Oh, sending you support, Bridget. Hi there, alchemistic. Cool name. Oh, you always show up. Yeah, there is room on the list if you'd like to get on, dear. Yeah, we've got three. No, you have nothing to apologize for, Kay. I can relate to this reading. I choose other subjects to talk about if you're not ready to hear me. Yeah, and I feel like that's the thing about it. Like I keep on saying it's like I feel like I know how difficult it can be. Like the observation of experiencing something and letting it inform you, but like don't I keep on hearing I know the desire there to intervene is strong, but I keep on hearing I feel like you have to say to yourself it's not your responsibility to intervene. You can inquire, right? Which is basically saying like how are things going? How are like like offering that space of support. Like I keep on hearing like think of it like you're extending a hand. Yeah, I try to leave room now. Oh, wow. You see it happens. No, it's important. Look at the time. Yeah, last and thank you, Kay, for also giving your experience in that. Yeah, I mean, it can be hard, right? Because like it's painful. I am still accepting readings. Yeah, can you let Ailey? I'll confirm that right now, dear. I struggle with that so much, being like, you know what? I just don't feel good being here. I know, but that's what I mean about inner child healing. Like that's inner child healing, which is to say, if you're not feeling good, it's okay to say, you know what? I think I got to get going. You don't have to explain it. You know what I mean? Like, you know. All right, got you. All right, and the next person on the list today, and thank you. I've got you added on the list as well, Andrea. We've got two more spots today. If anyone else would like to get on the list, I'm staying there in the space with, and that's what I see, keep on seeing, right? And that's, I feel like that's something that you might need to like be able to work through in the future, right? Not feeling the space by which you feel like you have to like you're obligated to energetically stay. Big facts there. Thank you as well, Bren. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, I used to try to speak up. Now I don't. Felt. Yep. Honoring your no, honor yourself. Everything needs and not everything needs an explanation. Great idea. Show the inner child it's okay to respect your personal boundaries. Yeah, I'll go take a walk on the beach. You can say, I just don't feel like being here. I gotta go, and make it about like, yeah, exactly. Like you don't have to make it a big thing. Yep. Oh, and the lovers was the first card you pulled as well. But and that's what I keep on seeing. Like that's the thing about it. Like we can try to offer help, but we can only help in the space that another person articulates that there's something that one needs help with. You know? I know the Aries energy. It's hard. I know Aries. I know, and that it's very hard for those with Aries placements. You know, think palm trees. I'm a soundboard, my friend. Yeah, but that's the thing again. Like again, think about giving them an alternate perspective of things. You know, like think about helping them see. Like think about helping them see things in a different way instead of making them feel energetic, like you're energetically judging them. You know. All right. How many people? Alchemistic. If you get on the list right now, I'll read the list for anybody who's waiting to get on the list. So the list we have right now is we've got Grace, we've got Jillian, Nikki, Stella, Andrea. We've also got Lisa and Jacques. So so yeah, so we've got the next person, and I might, we're getting a little tight on time. I might actually be closing the list shortly. Want to make sure we get to everybody today. Yeah, I'm going to, if anyone else wants to get on the list, please do so now because I'm going to be closing the list. You're so welcome, Bridget, and thank you again. Not freezing on my end. Okay. Yes, we're definitely going to do that. We'll be doing the 150K pull if we get to it. And whoever gets 150 will be read for on Friday. All right. One moment. No freezing. Thank you for letting me know, Kay. All right. Lots of similar but opposite energy. Yeah. We're all connected, man. Tap to claim. Thank you for that tiny diny, Nikki. It's so cute. I feel like the dude today. Such a good movie. I know. But like, listen, like that's like I keep on hearing when you're seeing something heartbreaking, just think to yourself, how can I help? But like again, like, it's, I like to say, like, we honor others' choices, you know? Yep. Oh, please make sure you turn that off, Kay. All right. It's not gonna, yeah, please. All right. Not a dream, but a small paragraph in general Discord. I got you. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Kay. I feel like I'm seeing her more clearly. But I feel like, and I think that that's the thing. Like, I feel like you've gone through healing to a certain extent that you're seeing some kind of like something that you're working like, it's the observation of something that may have always been there, but that you're kind of healing through and maybe help them see it. I keep on hearing, try to help them see it, but in a way that doesn't feel like you're judging them for it. Oh, I appreciate that channeling. Thank you. Oh, no, thank you. Appreciate that channeling. All right. Oh, I see. I understand. I was like, hey, go take care of that. Goldfish. All right. We are going to continue right now. Next person on the list is Grace. Before we do Grace's reading, let's do another intuition check. I've got an animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raven, thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Dragon frog. Nice, Nikki. All right. Okay, Trevor, thank you for getting on the list, and the list is closed. All right. Wonderful. And thank you guys so much. I got you, Grace. Pin. I've got an interview. If by some chance I missed some of it, I'll grab the video later. I think we'll be okay. No, I think we'll be fine. All right, we're doing your reading now. And also, guys, keep on tapping that screen. We're at 119K. When we get to 150K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 150K in no time. You said you posted it in general, Grace? Hold on a minute. I got it. All right. And guys, make sure to give Grace a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the platforms. Okay, for my reading. Okay. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Grace? Okay. Okay. This sounds like clarification on your own messages here, right? If I'm reading this correctly. Like, I'm just trying to understand the way that, yeah, okay, that's, I got you. I know what's happening here. Okay. So I feel like there's like, so we've got we're trying to get clarification on like an energetic download. Okay, so the download sounds like you're seeking clarity and trust regarding spiritual messages. You're wondering if sweet or safe option will materialize or if there's an unforeseen path. You're also working on discerning the source of these messages and building trust in the process. Shortened version, my spiritual messages often align with confirmations. Will the sweet or safe option emerge, or is something else unfolding? I'm still discerning the source of these messages and building trust. Okay, I got you. I understand. Can I get 4 4 cards, please. Thank you. Ooh, 5 cards. All right. So, hold on a moment. So, like, one of the things I think that is happening right now, particularly on your particular path, is learning to trust your internal bell, is what I keep on seeing. Like, there's a lot of that space by which I see that you're doing the work to trust yourself. And, I feel like the thing I'm identifying here is, um, I don't know why I keep on seeing this, but I feel like there's something about the path work in the past, like as it relates to some kind of energetic anxiety in terms of being led astray by a stray, like I keep on hearing, like the idea of being led astray by a stray thought is what I keep on seeing, is what I'm actually like reading for in this is um like, and I think that that's important in the way that you're describing that you're looking for, as you identified, a sweet or a safe option. The thing that I think that you need to work on a little bit right now is, like, I feel like, and remember that when I'm reading for you, we've often talked about the fact that there's a lot of important work that you need to do in terms of recognizing, like working on grounding, right? Now, here's the thing about working on grounding. Like working on like the ability to kind of move what this is why we don't like run purely off of intuition, right? Because when we're moving purely off of intuition, there's very little grounding. Okay, but when we're grounding, we're meeting our intuition with our force of intention. Okay, so I want you, and I feel like every time I read for you, there's like all of this air energy. Like there's a lot of that energetic seeking. And the thing I want you to understand, and I know you're not going to like this, it's okay to put your thumb on things so long as the force of your intention is such that you recognize and identify why it is energetically good, right? And I feel like you're doing a lot of that work right now. Like you're working through something in a way. And I feel like that is like, I want you to think more about meeting your intuition with grounded thoughts. And I want you to think about your manifestations as grounded thoughts, which is what is existing, like what is to be found versus what it is that you yourself are trying to create. And so that's what I mean in relationality to the fact that even in this, the way that you were giving me this missive, it feels very liminal. It feels very much like an energetic question, like a question that you're having from yourself. And what I think it's interesting about it is I'm getting the sense that the message that you received is from your higher self. And it actually feels like, you know, it's actually like, it's funny because the way that by which you articulated it, you can tell that it's your higher self because it's talking to you about your energetic thought process. Okay? It's talking to you about your energetic thought process. It's talking about the way you think about things. And so, even in the way that you said, it sounds like you're seeking clarity and trust regarding your spiritual messages. You're wondering if sweet or safe option will materialize or if there's an unforeseen path. You're also working on discerning the source of these messages and building trust in the process. That's the higher self telling you how your mind works. You understand? The higher self. It's a higher self working you through the architecture of how you think about things. But that's why they're saying, like in a way, um, and I think that the thing that they're kind of saying here, especially when you said my spiritual messages often align with confirmations, will the sweet or safe option emerge? I don't know. Will it, Grace? Will the sweet or safe option emerge? That is up to you. Like that's what you have to understand, right? Like you are the arbitrator of the sweet and safe option, right? This is what we talk about when it talks about healthy manifestations. It's working in the context of identifying and recognizing like what we put our force of intention on. And so I think it's interesting because like you're saying in the context of what you sent to me, you're saying, will it, right? And this is almost like the conversation that you're having with the higher self. And the higher self is going, will it? Will it? And when you say it will, it's because you're learning to trust yourself, because that's the moment that you say, I trust myself to make the right decisions. So that's what I meant in relationality, to allowing that to kind of build into your own sense of grounding, right? And I feel like the mantra that you can kind of work through right now, and I think that you can be like building into this, is saying, I trust myself to make the right decisions, right? Because that ability of saying, I trust myself to make the right decisions, is how you answer that question that was coming through in that, which is saying the sweet and safe decision. And that's why I like to point out about the koan that you're given in the space. The sweet or safe, that is subjective. What is sweet? You're giving these, you're saying, what is sweet? What is safe? Right? It's not the question. And again, the difference between receiving something and moving into intention is a difference that says will versus it must. And I feel like you being able to bring that must to something, like you bringing your force of intention, that is the energy that doesn't say will. It says it I must, it will, because I'm doing everything in my power to allow it to be so. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the Seven of Swords in its reversal, right? I feel like there's a lot of this work that I see in relationality to past experiences, energetic experiences in the past where you weren't doubting, like where you were doubting yourself, or where you were, I keep on seeing like working through something and being overly worried about doing the wrong thing. I keep on hearing it's not about doing the wrong thing, it's doing the best in difficult situations, right? So I keep on seeing like a not like don't get too much in that space of over worrying about choices. Just articulate and ground in the present, which says, I address the circumstances or situations as I find them. I trust myself to make the right decisions, because I keep on seeing that something about you building into that context of trusting yourself is going to kind of create that vector where you're not worrying about like over correcting for things, or over worrying about something, right? It's like I keep on saying it's a lot of that space by which you're learning to trust yourself. And I feel like a lot of that is you kind of also like building into that state of stability via, like I said, like that identification point of saying it's not about will, it's about must, because you're making those choices over and over and over again. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Grace. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for Friday and you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me a moment. We're also at 130K likes. When we get to 150K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 150K in no time. All right. Thank you for confirmation. Hold on a minute. All right. Dragon frog. I love Nikki's choices. All right. Need to be half asleep. Oh, I'm working. No worries, alchemistic. You'll never miss your reading here. I got it. What does the intuition mean? What do you mean by that, Ailey? I do my best. That's okay. I could not change a thing about my face. Helps others. Yeah. Yes. Confirmation. Always about my path. There's a few hints in there they'll laugh at me for. Yeah, sweet or safe option. That's fine. I heard stray dog. Yeah, that's fair. Stray thought. Yeah, that's a job hint thing. Yeah. This feels like it's not a personal attack, Nikki. Always why I walk. Yeah. I feel like so much always living in my crown. I feel this so much. I'm always living in my crown chakra. Yeah. Often. And I'm learning that voice, the higher self. Right. And I think it's funny because it's like, it feels like it's kind of teasing. I need to point out there's a little bit of that like teasing quality to it, which is like it's a lot of like especially you can tell it's a higher self because it's dictating what you're doing. It's like it's not necessarily telling you what to do. It's just dictating what you're doing. Yeah. I had too much noise from others I allowed in the past, but I feel like that's the thing. You're getting better at trust. I told you, you're getting better at trusting your internal bell. Yeah, it's a party. Cassie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. It's a job thing, sweet or safe. No, I get it. I've not always made, but here's, no, listen, I think that that's what you have to come into the correction point on. Where do you get that nonsense? Right? That's what you have to correct. Why do you believe you don't make great decisions? You know, I think you said it. My intentions were pure. So why do you think those decisions weren't pure if your intentions were pure? I need to hear this too. Thank you for sharing. Like that is what I meant in relationality to learning to trust yourself. If your intentions were pure, then what makes you feel like the decisions weren't? I feel this. It's based upon that disconnect between doing the wrong thing. No, I understand completely channeling. And look, like when we're worried, we always like listen. Like when we're trying to do something well, we can always think about like hindsight's 2020 because it's easy to be able to see clearer paths once you've gone through something. You know, like of course. That's why hindsight is faulty. You know, it's like you do the best you can at the time. Past experience, always doubt, and person around me. Oh well, and that's what you have to correct for, right? And you observe it, right? Not allowing energy around you that makes you feel energetically degraded in that way. I've been there. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Casanova. Back after. Yep, no problem, dear. Wishing you luck on that. You got it. Playing with the stickers. Excellent. All right, guys. I totally feel that my mom doesn't trust my decision making. Yeah, but that's the thing about it. Like, right, when we care about each other, we help support each other's choices. Not me realizing what the saying hindsight is 2020 actually means. I always thought it sounded cool but never understood it. No, that's what it means, right? Yeah, of course. It's very hindsight is always perfect. It's very easy to see the clear path. But that's why it's faulty. It's like that hindsight does not exist in the moment that we experience something. All right, let's continue right now. Next person on the list for today is Jillian. Jillian, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on the list, you will be the first person read for on Friday. All right. And the next second call right now for Jillian. Second call right now for Jillian. If Jillian is not here, we're going to move on down the list. The next person on the list today is Nikki. Nikki, let me know if you have a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we, I got you. You are after Nikki, so you're next, dear. All right. While we wait, I've got the Animal Spirit Guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. When we get to 1, I will draw the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh man, Kay. It's wild that you said water dragon and it's the fire dragon. I like it. But I like it. I like it. All right, where were we? Why do I do this to myself? You were tossing between water and fire. That's good. It was close. I joined and tried to get it at the last second. No problem, dear. All right. Nikki, what are we reading for? And guys, we are at 133K. When we get to 150, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 150 in no time. All right. Freaking dragons haunting me. Dragons. My clock app is going crazy and keeps having you say, ooh, that's weird. 6. Oh, Lord. Oh, okay. You might want to restart channeling. We're doing a dreamy dream on the disco, and now okay, I'm out of the loop. Well, that's good. Okay, where were we? And is this inside tea or outside tea? Yes, I'll do that. Okay, cool. All right, where were we? Outside, I got you. All right, ready? Outside tea, dream interpretation. So I was in this motel, definitely more motel than hotel. And there were 2 rooms across from each other. Mine, where I was staying with some friends. And across from us was this random couple. Also, a few doors down was my best friend, Colette's dad. He sort of felt like a father figure since my father passed. We don't talk that much, but he's always been super sweet and calls me his daughter. We were having a party in our room. My other best friend, Claire, was there too. The couple came over, and right away something felt off. The guy was older, drunk, kind of looked like Kid Rock. Okay. The woman was younger, blonde, pretty. Claire and I both picked up something that was off with her, like she was being abused by him. I think we had even heard something from their room the night before. At one point, either the night before or earlier that evening, they were having a little after party in their room, and Claire and I went over. We were kind of just monitoring things, watching her, trying to make sure nothing was happening to her. Then the next night, I could tell something was escalating again. The individual was already drunk. I went over to their door, and as they were leaving our party, about to close the door, and started yelling, super stern. I looked him in the eye and said, "Look at me. Look in my eyes. If I hear any sound, any abusive behavior, I'm calling the police." He kept talking over me, but I repeated it like 20 times. Eventually, he stopped. I think he finally understood me. Then I went back to my room and fell asleep. Then I woke up to Colette's dad banging on our door saying, "You guys messed up." She came to my room. She was knocking on yours and no one answered. He said she seemed confused, like she didn't know what to do. I felt awful that I'd fallen asleep and hadn't been there to open the door. I don't think anything actually happened to her that night. I think she felt empowered by us standing up for her and left as soon as she started getting a bad feeling. I remember talking to her afterwards. We were in the kitchen of their room, and after she had left him, not sure if he was gone or what, but I told her. I heard him say, "Be good or I'll hit you again." And I was like, I can't believe he had that kind of audacity to say that. And she was like, right? Okay. Oh, there's more. Hold on. At the very end, I remember speaking to a group of people. It felt like the same dream, but in a different space. I said something like, we've been through awful things, but it helps us to empathize with others who've been through the same. I didn't feel like closure, but more like transmuting the experience into a lesson. I don't know if has to do with the fact that I'm thinking of leaning into more of a healer space occupationally. I don't know what that looks like entirely, but it could be relevant. Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards. Oh, we're giving you an extra card too. It's really interesting because um, I feel like the dream itself is like it's a guide dream to show you how far you've come in relationality to like healing your relationship. Like this is saying how far you've come in relationality to the healing that you yourself are experiencing, but also in the space of like your own pathwork of transformation. And there's something really important that I keep on getting in relationality to the reason that you are able to be so supportive to that person, like to that girl that you saw that was in the unhealthy relationship, because that was you, is what I'm seeing. It's the observation of you going through an experience, and it's an inner child healing dream, because you have to remember that the inner child healing that we experience or that we work through is often the space by which we become the person that would have saved us from having to go through something. So, this is a dream that is articulating upon how far you've come in that inner child healing. And I need to point this out, like the feelers that you had out between the space of you being in an apartment, right? The space by which you had like that figure of the past. And even in the space that you articulated, that you said that you knew there was someone there. You knew there was a masculine energy there that you could have called in to do something. And I feel like the past version of you would have kind of like not gotten involved or not gotten invested. But it's the space by which you said that that was the person that almost acted to you like a father figure, that shows the fact that like you in a way are acting like an elder, because you didn't feel like you had to call them in, right? You didn't say to them, let's go get your dad. You were like, I got this. You're like, I got this. You were like, I got this. Right? You just stepped up. You just stepped up and you showed, and you took care of business, right? You saw someone that was not, that you saw something that felt like it was amiss, and you basically you confronted them about it. And like even in the space by which like you said to them, you're like, I'm giving you, like you gave them that chance, right? You were giving them, and I need to point this out, you didn't try to pull that person out of the situation. You understood that that was something that they had to decide to do, but you basically said to another person, I'm watching you, I'm giving you an opportunity to make a better choice. Okay, so that space, and that, like you said, in the space by which you became the power of example, like what happens with inner child healing, you become the person that another person needed at the time that they experienced something. So this can also be something that feels like it's supportive, because potentially like it's that observation of how you might feel about having gone through an experience where others saw that you are not in a good space, or you weren't in a space that was necessarily good for you, right? It's allowing you to build that validation point and being able to heal that inner child that says, why didn't someone do something? Because now you're building the archetype, or the observation of what one should do in such a situation where it feels like someone is not being treated well, right? The observation of being able to look to another person and say, I clock it, do better, you know? Now, I think this is important because even in the space by which you said that there was that midnight arrival point in relationality to the fact that the paternal figure came to you and said, you guys messed up. She came to my room. She was knocking on yours and no one answered. Um, I feel like that if anything it's interesting too, because it doesn't feel like a reclamation. It doesn't feel like someone saying that you messed up. But I feel like it's almost like the observation of another person. And I need to point this out, right? Like, this is what the healthy masculine energy does. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to, right? They didn't say, I need to stress this. They didn't show up to your door and say, you messed up. You should have let me handle it. They didn't show up to your door and say, you messed up. You should have let me take care of it. They said, you messed up. She was knocking on your door and she had to come to me instead. The energy that says, I trust your judgment in your choices, and I'm here to help you by giving you advice on how to do it better, right? So it's almost a space of observing the healthy masculine energy in relationality to the energy that you have to like give warnings to. Like the energy you have to give a warning to make sure that they're going to be on best behavior versus someone who knows what the right thing to do is and sees you doing something and says, "Here, I'm giving you something to be able to do something even better." Right? So it's the energy of like the supportive space by which another person doesn't try to take care of a problem for another person, but tells them what they can do to do something in a better way, right? Like almost feeling like they're helping you facilitate what you were trying to do. And this brings us to the end of it when you said you were speaking to a group of people and you said, we've been through awful things, but it helps emphasize to us what we've been through the same. I feel like this is you kind of channeling into your higher self because I need to point this out. We see three tiers in this stream. We see the early version of self, which is the girl that you identified in the hotel room. We see the person that you are now, which is saying, I'm going to say something. I'm not going to let this stand. And then you move into the higher self with who you're energetically becoming, which is taking that same lesson and almost preventing it from happening by being able to articulate and facilitate healing in a bigger way. So this is all about the journey of the self in terms of how far you've come, where you are now, and where you're eventually going. So as you were talking about the fact that you mentioned that you've been considering leaning into moving into a healing space occupationally, this is almost serving as confirmation as it relates to that direction that you seem to be already articulating that you're heading towards. Bottom of the deck, right? Ten of wands. It's a tiered dream, right? That they're all you. This is what I keep on hearing. It's a tiered dream in terms of recognizing the journey of the, like you said, and I need to point this out. When you said to the group, you said you were in a different space, and you said, we've been through awful things, but it helps us empathize with others who've been through same. When they said us, that was your higher self talking to all of those versions of you. That was the us that was resonating across all of your frequencies, which is the observation of saying, not holding on from a place of bitterness in terms of what happened, but the space of coming into a space of healing by saying, you know what, we've been through some really rough stuff, but you know what, there's a gift to be found there. And it's the empathy by which we're able to help others who are going through same. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for Friday, you'll be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 139.2K likes. When we get to 150K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. Thank you, Adam. That's really sweet of you. All right. Whoop. And I have to pin up. Listen, I want to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. Thank you again for sharing that incredible dream with us, Nikki, and allowing me to read for it. All right. Why do I do this to myself? All right. I can get on making more stickers. I can work on that. Seriously, that's yep. My gosh, Nikki, what are you dreaming about? Bullies bully. Yeah, this is very Aries, a very Aries dream. Leo season's coming too. And Mary, thank you for subscribing, dear. V, thank you for subscribing. Hear me roar. Look at you, Bridget. I saw V was out of the loop, so I had to bring her back in. Oh, that's beautiful, Bridget. Whoa, my stomach just dropped. That was me. My dad also had addiction issues and treated sending you so much support, Nikki. Oh, you sent them a sub. Thank you so much for sending them a sub, Bridget. I love it. Totally. Yeah. I was telling them what was going to happen if they messed up. Yeah. I feel so much more powerful lately, like my throat chakra's on fire. That's incredible, Nikki. I love this. So true. It's like grandfather, mother, child energy, like a line of elders. Yeah, it's like I see it's like you coming into the space. You're not running to someone saying do something. You're like, I got this. You're like, I got this. I wonder if weirdly my father's energy was channeled through my dad's friend. They were very similar. Well, I feel like there's a lot of that there. And I think I feel like it's really interesting when they said they messed up. They didn't say that you messed up because you intervened. They were like, you messed up. You should have left your door open. you know? Yeah. Three tiers, you're right. That seems fitting. The 10 of Wands. Yep. Look how far we've come. Like, that's what I mean. Like, when you said at the end, it's like it's not the energy of you're speaking to a room, you're talking to the versions of you. Look how far we've come. The us part. Not of, oh, thank you again, Nikki. Welcome back, channeling. I love my higher self. Yeah, they're cool. You know what? I love all the versions of me. I think that's where we need to all get to. Tap to claim, Nikki. And you're so welcome. All right, friends. The next person on the list for today is Lisa. You're next. Could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, the list is closed, but you can get on the list for Friday and you'll be the first person read for. Also, anyone who gets on the list today will have an additional card in their reading on Friday. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Second call for Lisa. Second call for Lisa. Second call for Jillian. Second call for Lisa and Jillian. I will be offline tomorrow, channeling. Okay. Hi, oh, I got you, Lisa. Good, right? He let me handle it, but then he was like, "Hey, you met," like again, which is to say, like again, it's not the energy that says you did something wrong. They were saying there's something you could have done better, right? It's the energy that empowers you by telling you how you messed up, but saying you messed up not by saying you shouldn't have done that, but saying here's how you could have done it better. All right, we're doing another intuition check. I've got the spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. Go ahead and put your impressions in the comments. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hawk. All right, we'll do that again after the next reading. Lisa, can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I got feathers and wings. Yeah, here you go, channeling. Okay. I'd like to do a reading to conversate about where I am on my tarot journey. Ooh, okay. Got you. All right. And I'm pinning up Lisa here. Guys, make sure to give Lisa a follow. Okay. Can I please get 3 more cards? It's funny too, because like there was a card that was stuck to the table. So I feel like it's like you kind of working through some kind of stuckness on something. Thank you. You know, it's interesting because, like, I feel like there's something about the path work that you're doing there that has to be about, like, it's working through into integrating, you know? And it's interesting too, because I see you doing something in the way that another person articulated to you to do and being like, "It's not working for me." You know? Like, it's I see you it's like, I keep on hearing, "Stop worrying about whether it clicks and think more about whether it sticks," which is what I keep on hearing, which is like, I feel like I keep on hearing, "A good reading is one that goes a little off script." A good reading is one that goes a little off script, which is to say that, like, I feel like there's something about understanding that, um, like, if you are in the space right now, and like, and I'm sure you've heard me say this before, and this is how I often teach. Um, you know, I don't want you checking on anything right now when you're reading. I don't want you looking anything up. I want you going on instinct. You can check it afterwards, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like there's something, I see you like working through something and like building into the context of like worrying that you're gonna energetically like mess up an interpretation on something. But I keep on hearing like the identification point in terms of understanding and recognizing, like, um, I keep on hearing like the cards are not there to energetically dictate, um, like what it is that they're seeing. Like you, I keep on hearing you, like you are the dictation point. The cards are helping you, is what I keep on seeing. Like that's the thing that I keep on feeling like that is where I'm identifying that there's a little bit of that energetic stuckness, which is like, and I feel like that's why I'm going to say, I don't want you double checking things right now in relationality to working through the context of readings. Um, I feel like I want you to just read them, write down your impressions. You can check afterwards. Because the thing that I want you to build into is the space by saying, "Oh, I was right about that. I was right about that." It's like I told, it's like, it's that moment that you're like, I know I keep wondering, I know it means this usually, but for some reason I'm getting the inclination that it might not mean that, right? Like that ability of being able to trust your energetic instinct in relationality to understanding that, um like the cards, like I feel like that is you understanding or working through the space where you don't, I keep on hearing, it's not about the fact of having to check your interpretation. You need to start learning how to trust your interpretation. And that doesn't mean, I keep on hearing, that doesn't mean that you don't check. That doesn't mean that you don't check the interpretation, but it's learning the process by which you can trust it as it's energetically happening. And I know how difficult that is, right? Because it can feel like a lot of that space where you're like, like there's a lot of that anxiety. But I keep on saying that's why I keep on hearing, you know what you might want to do? You might want to come into the space of just recording yourself doing a reading. Just record yourself, right? Like articulate what it is you're saying is what I see. You can check it back later because I keep on hearing, like, what's all this checking is what I keep on hearing. Like, I've got a guide that's going, what's all this checking? What's all that? Like, like that's what we want to move you like, and that's why I keep on hearing. You can check later. But I keep wondering, trust your source. You can check later, but in the moment, trust your source. You can write that down. You can check later, but in the moment, trust your source, which is like when you're having a conversation with source, you're not running off, like just like you're having a conversation with someone. When you're having a conversation with someone, you don't go, okay, hold on a minute. I need to see if that's real. Like, I gotta go check on that. You have a conversation with someone and then you go, I'm going to go check everything you said. You go do that. You go do that. But don't interrupt the conversation by perpetually checking your source. Do it, like, find a way to be able to have the whole, like, work into the space of trusting the source, which is yourself. And then you can check it afterwards. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, this is the hardest thing, you know? Because I see this even now, and I need to point this out. Like, I like to point this out. The best gift we can give ourselves in any spiritual vector is worrying that we're doing it right. If you're worried that you're doing it right, if you're worried you're not doing it right, you're doing great. That's exactly, like, that is exactly the pitch that you want to be hitting in relationality to putting a lot of anxiety and concentration in relationality to what it is that we're doing. But it's the amplification of understanding that never goes away. The feeling of allowing that to validate you, right? The feeling of trusting that in the space that it doesn't create the space that you're too afraid to do something, but in the space that you understand that fear fortifies you because it is the space by which you understand that you care about something so much that you want to make sure that you're doing it perfectly, right? So, like, I feel like learn to trust yourself in that way, even through, I keep wondering, even through your own anxiety and fear, right? Allow that to be like, don't try to move away from that. Just embrace it, right? Like, embrace that, because that's the vulnerability that becomes the strength in the observation that it never fully goes away, but it also is the space by which we're very conscientious about doing something in a way because we understand how important it is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed. But if you would like to get on the list for Friday, you will be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading if you get on the list today. I'm going to go ahead and take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we got to 150K, so we're going to do another giveaway today. Excellent. And whoever gets that giveaway will be the first person read for on Friday. Well, I feel like I've never seen that one. I saw a ton of hawks yesterday. That's really cool. It is very cool. All right. Secret mission. I like that. Hi there, dear. Hi, Figs. Excellent. Welcome. Oh, gosh. Have they already started that? Got to get those deals. Yes. Very stuck. Intense. It's an intense reading. Yeah. Kelsey, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Heck yeah. Ooh, good job. You make your own detergent. Put it in the Discord and remedies. Hi there, Maria. Oh, that's cool. Thanks. Please say thank you to your sister. Appreciate it. And thank you guys for helping us get to 150K. That's so funny. The last 3 readings I've given, I've read the book with the deck. I've read the book with the deck to assist. I used to never do that. But and here's the thing again, like trusting your own path and relationality to identifying and recognizing what feels energetically supportive. Just make sure you're not doing anything that, like, interrupts your flow state is what I keep on seeing. I love that message. Yep. And Ginger, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I just got a tarot journal and it asks for your first impression before you look. Yeah, that's the way to do it, before you look up the meaning. You could also record it. Yep, true. That's what I was suggesting. Yeah, I've been building a spiritual practice, doing one-on-ones, and it's been challenging, trusting. You know, I know, but that's also why it shows that it's important, because you know that you care about it. I know, but I also have, it also has all the garbage too. Fair. Yes. Give it away. Yep. You're so welcome, Lisa. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. She's calling me in, and go ahead, make sure that you're promoting your services in our, over on the Discord, in the space we have for promoting products and services. Yep, not exactly. Appeal to sources first. Yep, we're always learning. True. All right, next person we're reading for today is, I'm looking for Jillian or Stella. Jillian or Stella. Oh, we have 150K. Wonderful. Okay, we are going to do the 150K. Stella, hold your question for a moment. I am thinking of a number right now. Oh, you sent the email. Thank you for letting me know, dear. I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and 36. First person I see that posts a number will get a reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys see them. Nope. 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 Oh, Emmy Boo, congratulations. You got our 150K reading. All right, you can claim that on Friday. Thank you guys so much. We'll do that again if we get to 200K. Thank you guys so much for helping to get us to that milestone today. All right, and congratulations, Emmy Boo. Next person we are reading for today is Stella. And Stella, thank you for confirming. All right. Next person we are reading for today is, let me just bear with me a moment. Okay, I've got your question here. Perfect. Okay. Yep. You're welcome, Emmy Boo. Yep. Oh, it was 18. Yeah, I saw them first, Haley. Sorry, like, but that's awesome. You guys got the same number at the same time. Excellent. Bam. All right. I need a moment before we continue. I'll be right back, Stella, and we'll continue that reading. Just a reminder, the list is closed today, but if you would like to get on the list for Friday, you'll be the second person read for. That's wild. Look at that. All right. I'll be right back, guys. All right. Where were we? Brain was like a tuning fork for a second. I like that. All right. We are doing right now a dream interpretation reading for Stella. Hi there, Grace. I hope things went well. Excellent. The force was strong with that one. Okay. Oh, thank you, Haley. Okay. No dream. Okay. Okay. I got it here. Is this insight? Okay. Yep. All right. Let's kind of see here. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to read again. There's sensitive and information and relationality to this. So the thing that we're going to be reading upon right now has to do in relationality to the energy of someone who has caused a lot of hurt for you. And it does sound to me is that I assume, okay, so it says to me like there's a lot of this space here in relationality to the fact that you've had a conversation with this person and they did kind of recognize and identify the fact that they feel like there was something that they could have been doing in different ways, but I feel like this is you trying to understand the truth between what they said versus how they feel. Can I please get four cards? Three cards, thank you. All right. One more, please. You know, everything I keep on seeing here, like every time I keep on reading, um, in relationality to, um, and this is what I keep on seeing as it relates. Okay, so there's something to be said in relationality to, um, when we are energetically, and this is why we talk about the space by which we identify that there are certain ages by which we articulate that there are decisions that can be made, because it is the observation of what is practically happening. And I keep on seeing that there's something that occurred between you and them where, um, and I feel like everything having to do with this has to do with the manifestation goal that was articulated between you and another person as it relates to what the future held. I feel like the thing I keep on reading for when I read into this is that the pain point is the observation between what they may have given you indications was going to happen, like whether there was going to be a sustainable future for you and them. And that's the thing that I keep on seeing that feels like it's energetically painful, because I keep on seeing a situation where, like, someone, and this is why there's nothing worse than someone who's older looking to someone younger and saying you should have known, because younger energy doesn't know anything. Like, there's no space by which a younger energy has wisdom to be able to amplify or articulate upon choices. This is why the responsibility of those who are in a point of maturation are always to help those who are younger to understand and articulate, what is possible versus what another person says, that moves into an embodied manifestation. And what is an embodied manifestation? An embodied manifestation is the words that match the action. And I see someone that feels like they were existing in some kind of fantasy space with you, like some kind of space where they're like, oh, it feels good to pretend, right? And so that is what I keep on seeing is the energetic violation point between you and another person. Is I see one person that was always feeling in some way, shape, or form that you understood that it feels good to energetically pretend. But I see that there was nothing that was being pretended in relationality to what you were energetically expecting. I see that that is the reality by which you are experiencing and observing something. And there was nothing there that was pretend about it. It was the it was the articulation of what it was that you were setting your manifestation towards. And so I feel like this is that modality by which I see someone coming into a space of energetic apology. It almost feels to me like someone forgot. Like it feels to me like someone forgot how energetically young you were. It feels to me like someone forgot the fact that you weren't in experiencing something in the way that they were experiencing it, which is the observation. I keep on saying, like, this is what we mean in relationality to being mindful and being intentional. It's not just based upon what we are, like, not just based upon the reality by which we are experiencing something, but being very empathetic in the fact that we can experience the same situation and be experiencing vastly different realities within it. And so this is what I keep on seeing that is happening as it relates to someone that doesn't feel like they were being very conscientious about the fact that they were like that there was something that they were seeing more as like something that feels like something that was fueled by passion, but that I see you are looking towards as a point of purpose. And I keep on seeing, like, this is why we build with intentionality with each other, and we're mindful as it relates to what our manifestation goals are, to make sure that we don't inadvertently hurt one another by setting false hopes of expectation. So I feel like a lot of this, like, I feel like the difficulty point is I see someone that feels profoundly conflicted, because it feels to me like somebody allowed their ego to override their empathy in relationality to how you might have been experiencing or receiving something, or how you were effectively affected by it. And so I keep on hearing someone say, like, I feel like somebody thought, like, I feel like somebody almost like feels like they had this kind of like romantic aspect to it. Like somebody saying, like, oh, like, wasn't that nice? Like, didn't we have that like beautiful moment? And being like, no, that wasn't a beautiful moment. That's something I've been healing from my entire life. And this is why we have to be very careful, because what another person sees, like when we're not working towards embodied manifestations, one person says, like, oh, like, oh, isn't it nice? You'll never forget me. And another person says, like, they're working fastidiously to try to forget, because it's a space by which we understand that the manifestations that we create for one another is about setting healthy expectations as it relates to what we can find going forward. So I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, something to keep in mind going forward, right? I see somebody who, I do feel like I see someone that feels like I can see someone that feels emotionally overwhelmed by this. Like I see somebody who feels devastated, because I literally see a situation of someone who did not recognize the damage that they were doing in the process of building into something that they thought, I keep on hearing, they thought they were creating, I keep on hearing, they thought they were creating good feelings. They thought, like, I see them being like, but they were thinking more about the good feelings in relationality to the fact that they were like having that space by which they like hold on to you, or that the space by which they felt deeply emotionally connected to you. But I keep on hearing, like, healthy energy never starts a relationship by saying, I'll never forget you. Because even in the context of someone saying, I'll never forget you, they're already saying, I'm planning on leaving you. Right? Like the context by which someone says, I'll never forget you, almost paints the space of another person saying, I'm planning on leaving you. This isn't energetically permanent. And that's what I keep on seeing. Like it feels like someone who builds more upon the space of feeling that, like, that space by which we have the modality of moments is, I keep on hearing, like, that experience, like that perspective, looking at someone and articulating and not being clear about the finalitude or the finite quality and characteristic of the manifestation goal that we intend to have with them. This is an energetic violation, because when we are clear, we don't set unhealthy expectations. We are very clear about what it is that we desire from another person, the limitation, and making sure that another person is not getting the wrong idea. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Stella. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you would like to get on the list for today, for Friday, you'll be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, friends, we're at 152K likes. When we get to 200K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 150K in no time. What? What on earth are you saying? Bridget, what does that even mean? All right. And Stella, thank you so much. I can't really see it well. What are you talking about, Bridget? I'm completely baffled. Yeah, that's it today. I would have known, but not as someone young. Like that's what I keep on seeing. It's like the ability of understanding the path work that we protect, like we protect those who don't have wisdom, you know? Yeah, he forgot it really. He said afterwards he thought, "Oh, yeah," and that's what I keep on seeing. Someone being like, like it's the observation of saying like, "Oh," like, and that's what I mean about it. It's like the observation of not looking at someone as being wiser than their years, but being like, that's the space by which you found them and affected them. Today I would get it, but I was young, exactly. They literally said you didn't have the impression they literally said they literally said what you say. He didn't have the impression I was hurt. He really thought it was okay. But that's the thing about it. I keep on hearing it's like setting the wrong precedent in relationality to what they could energetically expect from you. A healthy relationship has mutual embodied manifestation goals, right? It's the articulation of what it is that we can expect and desire from one another going forward. I don't listen. I don't want to put that space there saying men. It's not all not like we don't want to do that. We don't want to throw the bait. We don't want to bundle things up and say it's all masculine or feminine energy, right? But again, the thing we have to be very mindful of is making sure that we're being clear to one another in relationality to manifestation goals. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Stella, again. And if this message connected to you, and sending you so much support on your healing journey. Next person on the list for today is, what did I write here? Andrea. Andrea, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also, before we continue, let's do another intuition check. All right. I've got the card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goose. All right, we'll do that again after the next reading. Also, guys, please make sure to give Yell a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the platforms. And we've got Andrea here. I'm going to pin them. Make sure that you give them a follow as well. Looking for clarification on situation with X. Got you. Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards. Oh, wow. What's happening with them right now? This is like somebody going through some like massive overwhelm. I feel like this is somebody who feels like, I feel like this is somebody like trying to say, I'm doing the right thing by putting distance between us. You know what I mean? Like, this is giving me a little bit of someone saying, I'm not for anybody right now. Um, like I'm seeing somebody, like I'm seeing somebody here that feels like they're on some kind of mission to find themselves. Um, but I also I need to point this, I need to point this out. I need to point, I think that this is really important. Um, and I'll never understand it when someone's like, I got to go on a mission to find myself. We're always looking for ourselves. We never stop finding ourselves. We never stop finding ourselves. That is an endless, that is an endless journey. Like the journey by which we are able to find ourselves is the amplification point of understanding what it is that we're looking for. And I keep on hearing there's no waiting in healthy partnership. It's like always patient, never waiting, which is the space by which we have the same manifestation goals. And it doesn't, and I keep on hearing, we don't put someone on hold. We don't say, wait for me. We don't say, I'll be back someday. We say, this is where I am. And that observation point of recognizing and identifying, like, that's the only thing about this that I keep on seeing, which is like, make sure someone's not creating that context by which they're saying, I'm not ready, but someday I will be. So make sure that you're waiting for me. That is not okay in any context to do to anyone ever. Like I keep on hearing, we don't put hold music on in relationships. We don't do like this, like we don't bookmark. I keep hearing we don't bookmark people and say, okay, well, I'm not ready for it now, but the day will come. The day will come when I'm energetically ready. And when that day comes, you're the person I want. And I feel like that's something you have to be very conscientious about. That's not okay to do. That is that is the space by which you cannot say to someone, when the day comes that I ultimately decide to settle down, you're the one. So just don't do anything. Because the thing you have to be conscientious of is when someone says when that day arrives, that could be tomorrow or that could be never. That's why we don't do that. We don't build into the space of a relationship by saying, wait for me. It's not romantic to say to someone, wait for me. It's a space that says, I'm like the opportunity we have here is once in a lifetime, right? We never encounter the same person, which is why we whenever someone says, wait for me, it's already over. Whenever someone says, wait for me, it's like that is the song of someone about to walk away from the best thing that they've ever encountered. And then because you're not going to find them in that space again. And I keep on seeing this right now. I got some guides here. Like you are everything this person, you are everything this person ever asked for. Manifestation right in front of them. When we find our manifestations and we say, I need a minute, we don't, it's very telling because then we learn the difference between what we say we want versus what we actually want. And so I want to say this right now. I want you to be very conscientious. Make sure that you're not creating, and I like to point this out. The difference between a pipe dream and a plan is a date. If someone needs some time to work something out, the thing you can really tell, I'll tell you right now, the thing you can tell with someone who actually needs some time for themselves, there will be a very rigid amount of time they need. They will say, I need 3 weeks. Okay. I need a month, right? It is the space by which we are able to identify and recognize the limitation of saying there's something I need to do and it's going to take this much time to do it. I'm not going to keep you in a liminal space of waiting for me to make up my mind. So make sure someone is not making you go through something where they're saying, I just need more time. When? I just need more time. When? I just need more time. When? I like none of that. And again, if you're having that conversation with someone and you ask them, when is this going forward? And they say, when I can't have that conversation right now. You say, when is the best time you can have it again? Right? Making sure that you are articulating upon the rigidity of dates that says we're not going to keep on pushing this off into the far ever. Never ever becomes now in the space of saying that the gift that we give each other is understanding and being considerate of each other's time. So I feel like there's something about this right now that I can see it. It's difficult because I see somebody struggling with something, but I also see that that's their work to do. It's not yours. So make sure that you're being clear to them in relationality to what your manifestation goals are. If they say they need time, say, okay, I can give you this much of it, but no further. Because the one thing I keep on seeing is like, I've got someone with some cold feet. Like I've got someone who's like, am I ready? And I'm ready. And I keep on saying, nobody wants to feel like they're dragging someone into a manifestation goal. I keep on hearing joyfully or not at all. The space by which we are able to find the confidence to move towards the things we care about frames the architecture of the feeling of another person feeling the modality of celebration versus the feeling of energetic resistance that can often create bitterness in a relationship. So make sure, like I keep on hearing, make sure that you're building upon the reality of what it is that they're articulating, especially if they've done this to you before. Bottom of the deck, especially if this is not the first time. Because I keep on saying, remember, and I like to point this out, like a relationship, even when someone says, like, we don't take a break from a healthy relationship, right? Like that modal, I keep on hearing, we don't have timeouts in healthy relationship. Like the space by which another person moves away from someone in the context of building into something, like it's like that is the architecture of the relationship. Like the relationship of someone saying like, oh, this is what we do. I go away and I come back, and every time you come back I feel a little bit more safe because I know that you're always there. That's also the song of someone saying, every time you come back I care about you a little bit less because I know I cannot depend on you. So make sure that this isn't a situation of someone saying, every time I come back, I get closer to staying, versus you saying, every time you come back, I get closer to locking that door and not letting you come back, right? The healthy relationship is not one that tests how far we can pull something to feel the space of how much we like it, right? The healthy relationship is not one that says, oh, look at this, it's great. I feel so great here. You put up with me, you put up with the worst version of me. Right? It's not the space by which we feel like we're rewarded for putting up with things. The healthy relationship is the identification point of what we're trying to do better. So another person doesn't feel like they have to endure us in their experience. Love is not an endurance exercise. It's a celebration of what we can arrive to be able to support each other in that context. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Andrea. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to be on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for Friday and you'll be the first person read for. Next person on the list for today is Jacques. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, friends, we're at 152K likes. When we get to 200K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 200 in no time. Yeah, we are in distance and there's a lot, but he's doing all the things that made it end and then wants to keep me and I want to walk away, but he's doing the same old. And then all these random things show up that make me feel like just the signs that show the lingering. He's literally was like, I want to be friends, or maybe one day I'll be better to be a right man. Like that's what I mean. That maybe energy, like that energy that says, well, you know, if you stick around for this, maybe something will change. Like that's the energy that you have to say, like, no, it's not like the condition by which I'm hoping to stay. Make sure you're not having to build into a relationship of waiting for another person to say, you know, if you stay, potentially this could be something. It's like, no, if they wanted you, they would. Hi there, Crystal. Agreed. And I felt like I was done. And then boom, shows back up or something that gives me a sign. But I keep on hearing it's not about like that type of energy. They're always going to show up. It's about them being able to remain and be energetically consistent in terms of what it is they desire. Sending you so much support, dear. I agree with that. For them, it's undefined how long he will wake up. But that's what I mean. It doesn't have to be. Like when you say it's undefined, that's the choice that they're energetically making. When we care about each other, we show up for one another. You know, it's not that space of someone saying, well, I hope the day comes that I can, but I can't. So, but if you want to stay for that day, you better put up with this. Like make sure that someone's not creating that context for you. And thank you, not from, for sharing the live as well. I genuinely said no more, broke it off in June. And since then, dreams and signs. Well, and that's them probably trying to come towards you karmically because there's still the energetic connection there. But it's the identification of whether you guys have the same manifestation goals. I couldn't do it anymore because I feel like they can't connect with what I want. Sending you so much support on that. Like keeps trying to be something than that seems forced. But I feel like it sounds to me like you're already in the process of healing. Let this reading serve as confirmation. And I want you, like, one of the things I want you to hold forward towards as you're continuing to heal, you prioritize energy that prioritizes you and wants the same things as you. Write that down and look at it. And I want you right now, like doing a lot of work in terms of writing what that ideal partnership feels like to help ground in terms of what it is that you're building towards. Thank you again, dear, and sending you support on that journey. Second call right now for Jacques. If Jacques is not here, the next person on the list for today is Trevor. Trevor, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. While we wait for Jacques or Trevor, I've got an animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird, thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the reading. I see you there, Alchemistic. How are you doing? Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? Also, friends, we're at 152K likes. When we get to 200K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 200K in no time. All right. And if you've posted your question, Alchemistic, oh, I was wondering, do I do Akashic? I can. What are you looking for? What are you looking for? I mean, what are you looking for there? I don't know what you're talking about with dragon reading. What do you mean by that? You know very well there are no turtles in the deck. Baby dragon. Oh, I know. Oh, and okay. I know. I understand what's happening. Okay. Yeah. So you're saying, so what I do, the dragon, no, the baby. So when you see the offers, you can get on the list with the gift of a baby dragon. So if that's what if that's what you're saying, so if you're seeing that in relationality to the offerings, it's because I say you can either send a donation to get on the list or it's a gift of a baby dragon. Yeah, I was like, what? Do I understand? I apologize for the confusion. It's okay. All right. But did you want to do like, are we doing an Akashic? What are you looking for right now? I can also just do a general. Just let me know what you're looking for. Okay, that one stays. Sure, whatever you think is good. Oh, thank you, dear. Okay. Yeah, I got it. It's interesting though, isn't it? All right. Yep. Okay. Got it. Hold on a sec. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting too because I feel like it's interesting that you were bringing up the space where you were looking for a dragon reading, because like the thing that I'm seeing in relationality to that is I feel like I see you like trying to find something to help you like force like focus your own force of intention is what I keep on seeing. It's interesting to me because like it's funny because in the space of the dragon reading, I keep on hearing like the reason you're saying that is because you're looking for your dragon. Is what I keep on hearing. You're looking for your dragon, which is to say, like I feel like there's something that you're working on right now that is like trying to identify and articulate like a broader sense of purpose, or something that kind of like I keep on hearing like something that brings together a lot of different things that you're working on is what I keep on seeing. Like there's a lot of that observation here. And I feel like that's what I'm identifying in relationality to the fact that there is this like it's interesting because it feels very much like a spirit guide reading in relationality to the fact that I see you in some kind of path work right now where you're trying to identify and recognize what that energetic dragon is. But I keep on hearing like the context of the dragon being something that energetically motivates you, something that feels like it inspires you, something that feels like it's like something that I keep on hearing it's like something that allows you to be able to like have I keep on hearing having a higher perspective on something is what I keep on seeing, like looking at something in a way that you're able to identify and recognize or see the bigger picture. I want you to kind of think about that right now, and I keep on seeing this might be a really good time to um I keep wondering, it might be a really good time for you right now to get an outside perspective on something that you've been doing for a long time to help you see unifying themes, like something that has been moving through a lot of the stuff that you've been doing that you might not necessarily have energetically recognized is what I keep on seeing. There's something very significant and important about that because it almost feels like it's like I feel like this is you taking a much more comprehensive perspective on something, right? And I feel like the thing about a comprehensive perspective is you got to like put everything out. Like you have to put everything out and then you got to step back, right? Like you have to put everything out and then you got to step back and be like, "Oh, I see it now. I see the theme. I understand something that like has been there like within the context of the self." I want you to be really patient with yourself right now. I don't want you to get frustrated. I feel like there's something that you've been working on that you've got some kind of like desire to like walk away from, or you're getting like annoyed with something. Like I just identify something here that like I feel like I see you kind of like getting really frustrated about it. But that's what I mean in relationality to like don't get frustrated. Like stop working harder on something. Give yourself, I keep on hearing, give yourself a little break from it, right? I keep on seeing like it's not you having to work harder at something. I feel like you have to work gentler on something. And when we work gentler on something is understanding that often when we're working on something, we need to give ourselves a little bit of distance. We need to percolate upon it. And sometimes in the modality of doing something else, that solution arrives to us. Like, and I keep on hearing, I want you to take, if you're feeling frustrated, I want you to take more breaks. Because when we take more breaks, we give ourselves, I keep on hearing, we give ourselves the opportunity for, like, we give ourselves the opportunity to see something that we couldn't see, right? We give ourselves the opportunity to like brought in our own perspective on something. So like I keep hearing, make sure that you're not overworking. Make sure that you're also giving yourself that space to like walk away from something, because I just keep on seeing a situation of you like trying to do something and it's not coming to you in the space of you doing it, but it's in the moment that you're doing something else that's like, you know what I mean? Like almost like that shock or surprise as it relates to like I keep on hearing, remember when you take breaks, you're giving yourself the opportunity to find serendipitous moments, is what I keep on hearing. Right? When you're taking breaks, you're creating the opportunity of finding serendipitous moments. So focus on, like, I feel like that's the space by which, again, like I keep wondering, like you finding your energetic dragon right now is you kind of finding your serendipity, which is the space by which you're able to identify and articulate something that is working for you, but in a way that you couldn't articulate it before. So I want you to be very patient with yourself as you're doing that work. Uh, Bottom of the deck, yeah, you're being really hard on yourself right now. You know? I'm not saying that like I feel like a lot with this this like nine of wands, swords, like, you know, I keep wondering, sometimes stuff just happens. You know what I mean? You know, sometimes stuff just happens. You know, I keep wondering, don't read meaning into don't read meaning into everything. Right? Because like I feel like, and I keep on hearing, sometimes when things aren't going right, we have the opportunity to be that energetic flashlight, right? Like when things, I keep on hearing, when things aren't going right, don't say, why is this happening? Say, how can I be the flashlight, right? How can I do something in a way that makes something energetically better? And I feel like there's a lot of this here because I just keep on seeing like you hold yourself to like an incredibly high standard, right? And you have to make sure, like, listen, like the issue, right? The issue with moving towards the higher self is that we often, like, we don't get upset with the fact that we're not where we need to be. I want you to just like, I want you to like bless the present, which is to say, like that ability of saying, like, I'm very like the space of finding that force of energetic gratitude that says, like, I'm exactly where I need to be. Okay. I feel like that is going to help center you right now, which is the observation of saying, I'm exactly where I need to be, which is the space that says like that moment or that observation point in trusting oneself, trusting one's own ability to navigate something, is one that like it doesn't create the context of anxiety and relationality to doing something wrong, but being allowing you to look towards situations and circumstances and seeing how you can be doing something better, or how you can be doing like something in a way that feels like it blesses the situation or circumstance, right? So I feel like don't overly internalize that work. Make sure that you're holding yourself in a space of care, even as you choose to, even as you work to do so. I want to thank you so much for having this reading with me today, Alchemy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Just bear with me a moment. I was like, what the, yeah, sure, whatever you think, exactly. I had a dream. Oh, this is important. I had a dream I was raising two dragon eggs a couple of nights ago with an old leather binded book and a big H on it. Okay. And your last name is Herbert. Okay, so that's what I see even now too. Right? That's what I meant in terms of like, again, like the idea of finding your dragon, right? Like finding that, like finding something that feels like it speaks to you. Finding something that feels like it's helping to unify something within you, right? Like it's like a cause, or like finding a sense of purpose. Yes, also Year of the Dragon Baby. Got you. Okay, so this is why it's like coming through as a spirit guide reading. Hi there, Beep. Yeah, we can go on. Yep, we can go with that. You are my outside perspective. I appreciate that. That's literally what I thought yesterday. Okay, well, I hope this is helping then. Always very hard. My own worst critic. Nine of Wands, Wounded Warrior, also me. And I want you to be conscientious about this because you know the fact that we've got Chiron going into retrograde in like in just a couple weeks. So I don't like I keep wondering, don't overly internalize external situations. Okay. Leaders lead, need to hold myself more accountable than everyone else. But I need to point this out, right? It's not about accountability, it's about reciprocity, right? Like I keep on hearing, make sure you're not holding yourself to like like incredibly over, like, again, if it's not something that you would expect from another, that's what I mean about holding yourself gently, right? Because I know there's that tendency being like, yeah, it's good for you. No, not me. You know what I mean? Like everyone else gets compassion. The self, not so much. It's like you also deserve that compassion, right? And so make sure that you're giving that to yourself as well. It can be challenging to find oneself in the present instead of past or future. But that's what I keep on hearing, like allowing that context of just focusing on the present, like let that kind of like serve as your anchor. Thank you as well. Appreciate you too, dear. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. She's the affirmator confirmator. Like that. I'll take it. Good for you, not me. Yes, I know. Yes, yes. Everyone else, everybody deserves a little bit of forgiveness. Yes, except me. It's like, no, 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 I'm good. No, 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 no. That's for everybody else. It's for you too. Remember that. All right. Yes. Also, if someone isn't taking your example and trying to meet it, let it go. Beautifully said. Hi there, Erica. Good to see you today. We're not giving over to those who don't deserve it. We observe, like we observe, right? We just observe. We just observe it, you know? All right. We're going to continue right now. We are going to get started on one card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, hit that subscribe button. You'll be added to the list. Also, if you're a subscriber, recharge your heart needs if you'd also like an animal spirit guide card. I got you, Erica. Hold on a moment. All right. One card. What was the deeper truth behind their choice to message them and leave the door open? I feel like it's the opportunity of someone saying, like, hoping that they'll make a better choice. You know, it's giving me a little bit of that vibration that says, like, the door's open, but you also have to like wipe your feet. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me that space of like like offering someone an opportunity to to heal something is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like I feel like there's something significant in relationality. Um like I see someone who's like almost having a conversation saying that we don't give up on individuals. We offer them the opportunity to do something in a better way. You know, I keep on hearing someone like navigating a space of disappointment, you know? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, blackbird, and it's actually interesting because I see a lot of. I feel like they're almost in conflict with others about it. You know what I mean? Like I see some kind of situation is like I keep on hearing like you know, if someone like you know, especially like if someone's always like looking like I keep on hearing like somebody say like you know we don't give we understand and recognize another's intention, you know, particularly as it relates to the space by which um you know I keep on hearing like it's interesting, I'm seeing like some kind of identification point of caring about one another does not mean that we take advantage of each other is all I keep on hearing, like that's the argumentation point that I'm seeing in relationality to something. All right, one moment please. Highest priority for dragons, please. Don't let someone get you involved in their argument. What is this? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like some kind of energy that, like, is articulating or identifying the space of, like, trying to work on something. Like, I keep on seeing, like, you have to say, like, I keep on hearing the difference between complaining and doing is a plan. Is I keep all I keep on hearing. The difference between complaining and doing is a plan. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the adder, right? It's easy to complain about things. It's a whole different thing to do something about it, you know? Hi there, Nikki. Yep. Good to see you, Miranda. Bridget, one card, highest party message, please, for Bridget. Don't get frustrated, get focused. You know? Like, I know, like, bottom of the deck here. Yeah, especially with, like, the Six of Pentacles in its reversal, you know? We don't match energy. Um, we don't match energy. We show up for ourselves and we show up for those that we care about, is what I keep on seeing, right? We don't it's not the space of matching energy. It's being the force of, like, it's being the positive force of change. Animal spirit guide, yeah, especially with the goose, right? I keep on hearing the difference between here's what I think versus may I offer you, right? Which is the difference between saying, like, the gift of saying, would you be open to a different perspective, right? It almost says, like, make sure that, like, I keep on hearing, like, make sure that you're leading forth in terms of offering something to see, to allow to see if another person's energetically receptive to it, you know? Like, thank you so much. One moment, please. Oh, Nikki, one card on my families. Hold on a minute. Oh, all I see is, got it. One card on the vibe would be if my partner and I spend time. Okay. One card, please. I keep on seeing this. This is like, it's giving me a lot of this, like, get used to it energy. Again, like, I am once again offering you the opportunity to be cool. I am once again offering you the opportunity to be cool. Bottom of the deck, right? Which is like the space by which, like, again, like, the amplification of, I keep on hearing, like, having to walk that fine line between offering someone the opportunity versus not tolerating something, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the cat. It's just like, I am once again offering the opportunity. Nope, maybe tomorrow. We're working through that space, like same time next week, folks. Like, it's giving a lot of that, like, it's giving a lot of that, like, that tough love approach to things, which is to say, like, always that space of saying, like, it's not like, like, we're doing our part. You have to meet us halfway, you know? All right. Miranda, one card pull is the new business idea. Okay, so we don't put our autonomy in the cards in terms of decisions, but can I get a read on the energy? It feels like right time, There's a timeliness to it, is what I see. Yeah. I mean, don't rush upon something, like the observation of a good egg is something that you can sit on. So give it a minute, is what I see. It feels like you're coming into the shape of a good idea. Animal spirit, thank you so much, Miranda. Hannah, one card, highest priority message, please. Just be consistent in your choices right now. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't stress about, like, don't over stress about the way you could be doing something better. Just be confident in terms of doing the best that you energetically can. Animal spirit guide, please, for Hannah. Yeah, especially with the bear, right? Like, moving into that space of identifying, and I keep on hearing, like, being intentional, but also being energetically consistent, you know? One card, yep. Ella, one card, highest good, please. The Queen of Cups. Like, I keep on hearing, you know, be empathetic, but I keep on hearing empathy does not mean a lack of boundaries. Yeah, and empathy does not mean a lack of boundaries. Quite the opposite, right? Your empathy, like your empathy is a gift. And in the space by which you it's reciprocal, is identifying and recognizing what one can be doing better, is what I keep on seeing, right? It's like I keep on seeing, it doesn't, like, your empathy doesn't mean that you have to put up with everything, right? You can identify and recognize, like, I keep on hearing, you shouldn't have to explain to another person how they should treat you. You should just observe whether they are, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the fox, right? And he's like, who raised you? It's giving kind of like, who raised you energy. It's not your job to raise energy, is what I keep on seeing. Right? It's like, you know, that's what I keep on hearing. Movement, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you as well, Laura. Alexandra, one card, please. Oh, okay. It's giving me a lot of that I'm thinking about you energy. Bottom of the deck, Queen of Swords. I feel like, is this someone like trying to avoid a conversation by just like trying to is this like someone jumping over an apology by like trying to say like, are we good yet? It feels like something. Yeah, like it make sure someone's not trying to jump over an apology by just like moving back into the space of like, you know, like avoiding a conversation by like being like, can we just forget that ever happened? I have a question. Oh, where does the love go? Where does the love we give go if it's not received by the right hands? The love goes everywhere. Love is never lost. And like the experience by which we're able to put that force of love to difficult situations, it's never forgotten. It's always observed. Spirit always sees it. You know, if there's one thing I've learned in like readings that I've done, is like a lot of times in the observation of like the readings I do, it's like the conversation on where the love went, right? It's the observation of being able to recognize that force of intention by which we bring things towards us, you know, it surrounds us, you know. Not a card question. Nope, I understand, Kay. I hope that helps. And you're so welcome, dragons. Lisa, card on my relationship. Highest priority, please. I mean, this is like, when we care about each other, we carry each other's, we hold each other sacredly. And I keep on seeing like the ability to identify something that you see another person going through. You can say to them, like, it hurts me to see you having to navigate that. But sometimes I keep on hearing there's healing to be found in the experience of being seen, right? Sometimes just the force by another person saying, I see what you have to deal with, can change everything, right? Because it's the energy of another person not feeling like they're alone in that process, right? Yeah, especially with the Six of Cups, right? The observation of navigating a difficult situation. Sometimes just the ability of another person identifying and saying, like, I see how hard that is, helps another person begin to heal from it. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the air dragon, right? Like honoring another person's choices as it relates to how they're navigating something difficult, right? And when we care about each other, we can talk to each other about that hurdle, but we also honor the way we choose to deal with it. Hi there, Heather. Okay. One moment, just catching back up. Hi there, channeling. Welcome back. Oop, 1 second. You're welcome, Bridget. Hi there, Heather. And Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Highest priority card, please, for Emmy Boo. We got 2 cards coming out. Um, okay. Especially we've got here the Knight of Swords and it's upright with the Ace of Cups in its reversal. Not all feelings, like somebody's saying, I was just, I keep on hearing it's not enough to say I was just being honest. You can hurt someone with honesty far more than you can with something that's not true. When we care about each other, we handle honesty carefully. We don't say, well, I hurt you, but I was just being honest, so it makes it okay. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like somebody saying I was just being honest is the worst excuse on the planet because it's not about being honest, it's about being kind. Thank you so much, Emmy. All right. Mary, a card for my career. I got you, dear. Can I have one card for Mary on career? Um, don't get focused upon too much on the past. Just focus on where you are in the present, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, like this is saying to me like pathwork of reinvention, like new day, new you, right? Don't get too worried about, like I keep on seeing, like don't get too worried about worrying if you did something wrong. Just identify what you can do in the present to do something better, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you for those gifts, Rainbow. Hope you're doing well today. Hi there, Nikki. Now I have to meet Now I have to meet me halfway by Nelly Furtado. I don't know that song. You have to post it in the channeled message section, Nikki. One card on finances for Grace. Make sure you're doing something sustainable, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like it says to me, like working through something, like making sure that you're not like overpaying for something or looking into something that you might be able to do, like get in like a better way. Like it says to me that there might be a little bit of that space there or some kind of opportunity to investigate that, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like dog. Like this is almost saying like budgeting or working towards a budget, or keeping track of something in a way that you didn't before. Thank you. Hi there, Julia. One card. Ooh, one card to my highest and best self. I like that. Appreciate how far you've come. Appreciate your strength. I feel like your mantra right now is I'm getting stronger every day. Yeah, I am getting stronger every day means every day is a new opportunity to do something in a better way. Animals, thank you so much, Julia. That's Fergie. Oh. One card for Minnie on connection with M. I mean, I feel like the conversation is to something change there. Make sure that you're not building into potential in the hope of seeing a change in another person, right? Like just I feel like make sure that's not the anticipation of something that might change or hoping that something will change. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like especially with the hangman energy. Make sure someone's being clear in relationality to what their manifestation goals are, you know? Like I keep on hearing like no question marks in a healthy manifestation. Like no like, well, you never like none of this never know. It's like you should know. It's like we help each other by telling each other what it is that we can expect in the future. 1 minute. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, eagle. Right? Like make sure that you're not reading, like make sure that they're not creating a space where you're reading into things or they're being like, I see like being very like, make sure they're not being very like obtuse or vague in relationality to healthy, like I keep wondering, a strong relationship is fortified by by a hard conversation. It's not made more confusing because of it. Hi there, channeling. Consistency is the hard part always. Erica, one card, highest priority regarding relationship with Jay. Got you. Make sure that they're being clear on their choices. Bottom of the deck. Oh my gosh, this hangman card, bottom of the deck right now, right? Like no wishy-washy energy, right? Like we don't come to each other saying, I don't know what we want, and I keep on hearing let's like none of this, let's see where it goes. Like never are we in more danger when someone says, let's just see where it goes, because we all have a desired outcome in relationality to what we're trying to build towards. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the otter, right? Like it's not about like it's not like saying like let's just see where it goes. It's like where do you want it to go? Is what I keep on hearing. Hi there, Rod. Welcome. These are one card readings for subscribers if you'd like to subscribe. Rainbow, people online, comments. Oh, sending you, okay, it got less subtle, involved. I'm not sure what that means, Rainbow, but I'm sorry. I'm sending you support if you're experiencing something like that. Alexandra, not repeating the cycle, bookmark is absolute. Tap to claim. You're so welcome, Kay. All right. Got it. Yeah, make sure that you're navigating spaces that feel like they're supportive to you, Rainbow. Okay. I know. Emmy Boo, I keep second guessing a decision. May I get one card on it? I got you, Emmy. Can I get one card, please? Highest priority message. The Moon card. Let confusion be the closure. Healthy conversation. Like if you're having a moment in relationality to your decisions, like just like I feel like keep on hearing, have the clarifying conversation. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially as it relates to Two of Cups, right? Like the observation and recognition in relationality to what you can be doing better. Like I keep on hearing, like no assuming, like like don't make an assumption. Just have the conversation is what I keep on hearing. All right, I have to meet me halfway. Now I have meet me halfway. You guys have to post these in the. You have to post these in the Discord in the channel song. Got it. One card on connection with E for Lara. All right. We've got the Four of Wands in its reversal. Make sure, like again, make sure there's clarity and relationality to where something is going, and make sure someone's not like changing. I keep on hearing healthy relationship. We don't change boundaries. We're very clear upon the boundaries, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Five of Cups in its reversal. You know, like I keep on seeing like consistency is key in a healthy relationship, right? It like, and none of this like something like the identity, like make sure someone's saying like, well, this is how I feel, but maybe it'll change over time. Like a lot, like don't let the context by which something changing be the reason that you're working through something. It's like we don't dwell in possibilities. We communicate on realities is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide for Lara. Yeah, the bull, right? Like we talk about how we talk about how we're showing up, not about why we're not. You're welcome, Emmy. One moment, please. They didn't have a heart me when I saw Mary, dear. Oh, I see it now. Okay, yeah, I got you, Mary. I see the heart me came through. Hold on, an animal card for Mary, please. Got the bull again. Make sure that you're not like healthy energy holds our standards for us, right? It's like it's giving me a lot of that space in terms of being able to like identify and recognize your point of strength and feeling supportive in doing that work. So make sure that you're being, I keep on hearing like, make sure like you're clearing your throat chakra and talking towards something that you like, the way you feel about something. Rainbow, I didn't see your question come through. If you could just repost it. Working on that. Hard for me in the past. Sending you support, Grace. You're welcome, Julia. You're so welcome, Minnie. I got you, Fig. One card, highest priority, please. King of Swords. If it like make sure healthy energy doesn't demand trust. It understands that trust is earned. So like especially as it relates to new connections, don't let the past change your own ability to trust. Just allow it to inform you, especially with the Chariot card. Healthy partnership takes time. Relationships take time. We build into that space of being patient. I feel like I see something there that like feels like you kind of like finding some kind of like sense of strength or sense of empowerment. The gift that we give each other in empowering our choices is what I get as well. Animal spirit guide for Fig, especially with the cow, right? We care about each other by supporting decisions. You're so welcome, Erica. Melly, good to see you today, dear. One card, please, for Melly. Yeah, like allow the context by which you can change and identify what it is that you're doing in different ways. This feels like an expansion point for you. Yeah, if something isn't working, like just be solution focused. Don't focus on the problem. Just arrive to the new challenge. And I keep on hearing for every difficulty, a new rule, right? The observation of allowing like the problem to be a solution that occurs. Thank you, Melly. Thank you. You're so welcome, Emmy. Pops, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. All right, thank you. Make sure you're having like practical conversations with someone as it relates to what you can tangibly expect. I keep on hearing like promises are found with purpose, like the space of intention. Like it's not this, like I keep on hearing it's like promises like promises in action is committed effort is all I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially as it relates, I keep on hearing articulating upon hurt doesn't heal things. Talking about the reason why one did something doesn't fix it. Talking about what one should like can do better, right? The conversation that feels like it's energetically restorative versus the conversation that feels like it's dwelling on past hurt. Animal spirit guide, please. You got two. I'm going to give them here. You got the stag and the adder, which is a continuation on that, which says like, you know, it's not about like when you go into that space of saying like who for like you don't go like when you go through that like chicken of egg routine in terms of like where the first hurt came from. This is why it feels like it's impossible because when you're looking for a reason to be hurt, you'll always find one to empower. It's not about the reason why one did something. It's about like honoring the energetic choice as it relates to how you arrive to situations. Thank you. You're so welcome, Mary. You're so welcome, Fig. You're so welcome, Ellie. I see. Is my question visible? I couldn't see it either, dear. Yep. Yeah, you might want to make sure it's shortened. All right, final call right now for anyone who is a subscriber who would like a one card reading. Just a reminder, we are going to be off tomorrow. I will be back on. Hold on a moment. I keep laughing out loud about all the egg metaphors I've been making. Oh, that's great. One card, rainbow. Any insight on connection does not want to speak to me. I mean, I think that I'm seeing here like the conscientious aspect of working through something has to do with like honoring energetic boundaries. And so I see someone, I don't know if this is someone who had a conversation with you in relationality to their own comfortability point, but I keep on hearing like the space by which we don't fixate or focus. If someone has articulated to us that they don't want to speak to us, we honor their energetic choice in them doing so, right? Like we don't perseverate or worry why. I see somebody who's like working through a lot of anxiety. And so I can see like making sure, like make sure you're not like pushing yourself into another person's life is like when we're careful, like when we're conscientious with each other, we honor the proximity that we articulate that we're comfortable with. I feel like with bottom of the deck energy here, yeah, like I see some kind of circumstance or situation with another person who, and this is why we have to be conscientious about not trying to overread into things. Like when we care about each other, we articulate upon the comfortability that we find one another in. So I keep on seeing make sure that someone is embodying their manifestations as it relates to the words that match the action, which is the space by which we articulate and identify that we don't need to like kind of go into that space of like understanding why or trying to force a conversation, because often if someone is in that space of anxiety and we try to force the conversation, like even in the context of doing that, we create more of the anxiety that affirm the fact that they needed to make a choice before that. So especially if you're dealing with someone who's like working through that, like I keep on hearing, like don't feel like you're pushing upon it. Make sure that you're energetically honoring it. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, especially with the seal, right? We care about each other by honoring each other's choices. So I feel like there's something about that that allows the context by which you are also healing, because I see some kind of space or place by which I see you coming into the authenticity of yourself that's allowing the ability of identifying and working through the energy that says when we prioritize the energy that prioritizes us, we are appreciative and reflective in terms of what another person creates for us, rather than coming into the context of understanding or wondering why we're not getting more from them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Rainbow. Final call right now for one card readings. Yep, it was coming through. I see it there too. All right, I've got you for Friday channeling. And I know we've got tarot class tonight. Just a reminder to those joining us for tarot class, that class is going to be held at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. There is still time to enroll if you want to get into tonight's class. You just need to become a subscriber to my Substack, gracestrega.substack.com. For those who are joining us, I will be sending the invite for that class about 30 minutes before the class begins. I'll also notify you guys in the comments when it has arrived. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to everyone who's joined us today. If you just became a subscriber today, I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel. You will find there welcome to go to the welcome wagon. Make sure that you introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to that Substack class subscription. If you wanted to join tonight, I will be off tomorrow, and we will be returning on Friday. We'll be on at 8 a.m. PST, 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There is a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event for Friday to make sure that you receive notification when I've gone live. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you guys for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you so much for all of your help today, Kay Megan. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again on Friday. Have a great day, everyone.